What's up, everyone? I am Be Better Gamer. Welcome to Be Better Gamer Wrestling, even though you'll probably hear me talk about Animal Crossing a little bit for today, because as we speak right now, the direct is still going on, but I will watch it later because we live in that beautiful world of the internet where you can watch things later. Right now, it's all about firepro. Going to be continuing on from last week. I did do a couple of things, though, so my big homework assignment was, hold on, let me turn off the speaker there. So the big homework assignment I had from last week, let me move that mouse, was adding in the match background music. Now, I did this before on the PlayStation version, the PS4 version, but I was given all these download files for some of the games that we normally play on stream, like Revenge, you know, the Aki games. I have a couple of my Fire Pro Wrestling D. So I added some stuff there. So just for, like, you know, just for fun, let's put a very common, what's a theme we all recognize? Let's do like background music 1, WrestleMania 2000, because that one doesn't have like a title. But I think this is like kind of neat. I'm just gonna do like Okada and someone, just to get warm up. Okada and Omega, of course. What's up, Devlin? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it has been a while. Yeah, this is like my 4th week back. I am back. I am doing streams regularly. It's nice to see you again. Nice to see the, well, you know, the tag, the gamer tag again, your username again. But it's nice to see you again, Devlin. I am back every Friday, 10 a.m. to around 2 p.m. That's the general window, Eastern. I'm going to start uploading some of these streams onto my YouTube channel as well. I'll probably start with last week's stream, because last week's stream was the most, the one that was working with the least amount of glitches. So, maybe I'll do the one before that. The second stream went off pretty well. But, you know, I feel like now, with the way I have things set up, so sometimes it just hesitates a little bit right there. But here we go. Does everyone hear that? The WrestleMania background. What are we doing? Playing Fire Pro, and we got a Aki game music in the background. I love it. I love it. I love the way it sounds. So I was adding some of that. Now I want to, you know, add even more background music. I really want to make sure I have all the background music, because I have most of them, it seems like. I definitely seem like I have all the ones for Revenge. Let's go in. Let's look. I have all the rest. It seems like I have all the WrestleMania 2000 ones. I think I have most of the ones from Revenge, if not all. I have most of the Virtual Pro Wrestling 64 World Tour. Don't have any of the No Mercy ones, but let's be honest, I'm not a big fan of the No Mercy background music when you play the game, but maybe I'll revisit them, look them, have them just to have them. What's another good one? I really like, man, I really like the Virtual Wrestling 64 music. I also might change. So here's the only thing I don't like. They don't give you a whole lot of space for the text. So like when something like this, for Give Me Up, it's short, Fire Pro Wrestling D, so I know what game it's from. But then when you get into some of these longer ones, right? Like this one, Fight for the Championship. I know that's from Virtual Wrestling 64, but you can't really see the full name of it. Yeah, I used to stream a lot, you know, Devlin. I used to stream several days of the week, 3 to 4 days of the week. Obviously, I don't have that kind of schedule anymore, so I really am gonna just kind of stick to Fridays for now. Who knows? Maybe things change. Maybe things change and I can stream more in the future. Here we go. Fight for the Championship. I do maybe want to listen to see how it loops, because this is a shorter. Is this a shorter version of the song? No, I didn't add the short versions of the song, actually. So this is like Real Alpha Drum. He sent me these files, and they're all like 30-minute loops of the songs that he already created, which is very useful. Man, look at that reversal. No Mercy in-match music isn't so hot. I agree. Inaugural Showdown. Hey, Inaugural Showdown. Greetings from the Eastern Time Zone. Greetings from the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome. Yeah, everyone have a early good weekend. You know, we're already on Friday, so I hope everyone's gonna have a great Friday and enjoy their weekend. TGIF. So yeah, that sounds good. You know, Dawnbreaker, welcome to the stream, Dawnbreaker. It's great to see you. They're actually not that big. I'm gonna go into, you know what? Let me just pull up. You won't be able to see it because I don't have it set up. But they're actually not that big. The way he compressed it, they're pretty small. So, you know, relatively speaking. So this one, you know, I'm just gonna pull one up. Background music 6, WrestleMania 2000, 30 megabits, 30 MBs, if you will. 39 MBs, I should say. 39 MBs, which to me is kind of small. I don't know. Maybe it is big in the grand scheme of things. I was downloading some of the Virtual Wrestling 64 songs from YouTube. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Where was it being saved? I was using something called 4K Downloader. Just don't know where. I think it. Let me see. It saved it in C. Okay, here we go. 4K Downloader. So I was. Nope, that's not it. Can't find them now. Where do they download? Uh-oh. Alright. I don't know where the songs went that I was downloading yesterday, so I can't use them for reference. But, you know, the sold out song. It's 40 MBs. 40 megabytes. Is it megabytes or megabits? I always forget. I think it's megabytes. 29 minutes. That's not too bad, right? Let's listen to Sold Out. Sold Out from Revenge. So the next step, I've talked about wanting to update my rosters and anything. The next step is I gotta get these people in the game, right? I gotta get the rosters from Virtual Wrestling 2, Revenge, No Mercy, and I also want to update the rosters for current people. So the only thing is, I don't know if that's just like a game thing or a computer thing, but you notice how like there's like a slight little bit of lag before the song starts. I don't know if there's a way to get rid of that. Maybe it does have to do with the size of the song file. You know, maybe 30 MBs is a lot for this, but it works pretty well. Again, I don't think you need it to be. Bytes is data, bits is internet speed. Thank you for clearing that up, Dawnbreaker. I always forget. So it's megabytes. You know, I don't think you need it to be 30 minutes. I mean, in general, right? Like, you know, if you're simming, right? If you're simming firepro matches and it's level 10 AI and the logic is really good, you know, they can go for quite a while, right? So having 30-minute loops of soundtracks at least cover for like long matches, but I think you can get away with them being shorter, for only being a few minutes long, because they can loop, right? They can loop the sounds. But it's so cool. I don't know. I kind of like this. You know, we're hearing music from the Aki games, which to me is like, I don't know, synonymous with wrestling games. You know, I haven't really put too much time in the SmackDown series or the 2K series in comparison to the other games, but they don't play background music, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. When did that stop? When did that sort of feature stop of like hearing background music in wrestling games? Does anyone remember like a specific point where it's like, huh, you know, now they're just really focused on the crowd and the commentary? One loop with the fade in, fade out filter applied to them works. I agree, Dawnbreaker. And you know, and again, this was given to me by Real Alpha Drum, and I was very thankful for him doing that, because this is what he uses, I imagine, and stuff like that. But I do want to still create my own, and I want to add like pretty much all the Fire Pro music, Fire Pro D, Fire Pro G, Six Men Scramble, the GBA ones, the SNES ones. Like, I would love to gather all the Fire Pro songs. If anyone already has a link to that, that'd be great. If not, I'll just go on YouTube and try to download all of them. Wrestler entrance music too as well. I want to make sure I have everyone's updated wrestling entrance music. But see, when I hear these songs, I just think wrestling games. So I actually think the N64 wrestling game music fits so well with Fire Pro. And this is an absolute feature I love. I love that you can do this in Fire Pro World, because you couldn't do this in any of the other Fire Pro games as far as I'm aware of. I don't know if there was some like deep hacking going on with the old Fire Pro games that you can add custom music. So I love this blending of like two worlds right now with the music. To me, it just fits. It fits so well. When I have my Discord up and running, I'll probably create a zip file with like all the background songs I make. Maybe I'll throw up a Steam guide where I can just link it as well. I've been seeing there's not a whole lot of Steam guides for this game in terms of like supplemental stuff. I think a lot of this stuff is kind of scattered, or people making their own things. I can't even imagine the files that someone like Dawnbreaker has, who's really in depth into the character customization and character creation of this game. Being able to just share all that in a folder for other people to have access to. Dawnbreaker, could you even speak to that? Like, do you share a lot of your... I know you have so many custom edits, and I know they're all up on the Fire Pro workshop, right? But have you ever found yourself in situations where you need to share stuff directly with, Dropbox or zip files or whatever? It'll be interesting to know, like, where would you place those, or if it's just something, if someone knows you, they reach out to you personally. Like, I kind of want to create like a, on my Discord channel for the Be Better Gamer Wrestling. So this is another Tornado, Fire Pro Wrestling D. So this was a song. I am going to check something real quick, because I noticed, so the thing is, the difference between these rips that were given to me, I am going to lower the match volume a little bit, because I noticed the ones I did for Fire Pro Wrestling D, they're a little loud. And I don't know why they're much more louder. Because if we go to this one, another Tornado for Fire Pro Wrestling D, I lowered the background music in the game. I wonder if that actually affects the sound of the background music, because yesterday I didn't test that. I just was like, oh, this is much louder. Okay, it did lower it. You can still hear it, and it's probably maybe even coming in a little bit louder on the stream in comparison to the other songs we were just playing. Let me know how that audio balance is, chat, by the way. If the game is still too loud, obviously this background music is much louder. But this is from Fire Pro D, and again, it's just all about hitting those nostalgia feels for me when I play this game. I really want this game to be like a culmination of wrestling games in the past, not just with my love of the Fire Pro series, but my love of, wrestling games in general. Something I really feel like I didn't get to do a lot when I was playing it on the PS4 version. So yeah, I just wanted to show that. I thought that was really cool. And now that I have this on PC, I'm playing it on the PC version, I can really kind of go all out. It's a lot of list building. If you all know me, what was it, a 75? It's a lot of list building. If you know me, I like to make a lot of lists. So, kind of like my priority. I kind of want to create... I was kind of torn. And let me know what you all do with your Fire Pro files. I know Glint says he was playing his right now too. But let me know what you all do with your Fire Pro rosters, I should say, because I do like people's edits and when they make stuff. And now we're in a tricky part where you see people, they have all these edits, that are really great, but then they have all these edits that are super customized with the parts crafts, the moves crafts, entrance crafts, the extra DLC moves that were given from like the Stardom packs or the New Japan packs. I only have the New Japan packs right now. I have the heavyweight and the junior heavyweight pack. I don't have any of the Stardom packs. I want to get those, like maybe for like in the upcoming. There should be sale soon for them. I know they were all just on sale recently, but I only grabbed like the parts craft. I should have grabbed it all. So the next sale, I'll grab all the Stardom stuff. I don't have the Takayama DLC. So that, like those are the only ones I'm missing. I'm missing the Stardom DLC and the Takayama DLC. I believe. You know, edits, moves, and parts go to the workshop. Themes go to Google Drive, etc. I generally don't use themes for my edits because it's kind of a nuisance. Dawnbreaker, would you mind like elaborating on what a theme is? I don't know what do you mean by theme in firepro? I don't know. I don't know what themes are in firepro. As you can see here, I got the Champion Road Beyond DLC, which we were playing last week, which we're gonna continue right now. We're gonna get into a little of this. I want to see if I can finish this today. There's no real reason to finish this. There's no real reason to play this, with the except of checking it out. It was co-written or written primarily by Suda. And, you know, so far it's kind of basic. I'm not really, like, emotionally invested in the story. But I think it is neat to see they created a lot of custom characters for this Champion Road. There's even, like, special background music. I've been told you don't unlock these characters. It'd be neat to unlock the background music. One feature I wish this game had too is if you can randomize the background music that you use when you're choosing a match. I don't like that I have to go in and change it every time. In the old firepro games, you can randomize the background music. For theme songs, I use themes, correct characters it belongs to. Yeah, I know. I want to like really insert a lot of custom. All my custom characters I want to have the original themes, which sounds like a daunting task, but I definitely want to do it. Entrance themes. Oh, okay. Entrance themes. And now, can people upload entrance themes that they've made on the workshop? I actually haven't checked that part out yet. Did I get a PS5? I did not get a PS5, Devlin. I don't get a new system until 3 years after they've been out. That's my rule. That was a rule I kind of established after I bought the Xbox 360 and the Wii. I felt like I had such bad experiences trying to get those systems on launch that I was like, that I waited actually on getting the PS3. I was like, I'm going to wait 3 years for the PS3. And I did. And then after that, I felt better on waiting games. So the Xbox One I got 3 years after it came out. The PS4 I got 3 years after it came out. The Wii U I got about 1.5 years after it came out. But that's because I couldn't resist getting the Mario Kart 8 bundle, and I'm glad I did. I got the Mario Kart 8 bundle, and then Smash was coming out that year, and I was like, all right, I can't not get these games. But the Switch, I got the Switch 3 years after it came out. Crazy that the Switch has been out over 3 years already. I think it's on its 4th year, right? Yeah, so I have no plans on getting the Series X or the PS5 until at least 3 years. So what is that, 2023? Because they came out in 2020? They don't let you infringe copyright easily. Oh, what are you referring to, Freem? Are you referring to the entrance themes? I've never seen any entrance themes on the workshop. You got one in July. I still play PS4 though. I swap between PS4 Pro and 5 because I think PS4 is good and I don't want to overwork the PS5. Oh, okay. My sister's on the hunt for a PS5 still. I have one friend who has the PS5, but 2023, if that. If a lot of those games aren't even on PC by then. Alright. Mr. Saber. Oh wait, this is the commentator. Mr. Saber, how have the matches been up to this point? Not bad, not bad. This is how you decide who's the top of the heap. Who's the topper? The top of the heap. And this semifinals match will take us one step closer to that decision. So I'm playing as this guy, Saba, right? No, he's not Saba. He's... I don't even remember his name. I played this last week. Ooh, July Eagle. The strong eat the weak. That's just the law of the ring, Junior. The winner lives, the loser dies. Everybody dies. It's like Lance Archer over here. Once I start suplexing, I don't stop. So is this Lesnar? Junior, watch your spine. One bad suplex could end your career before it even starts. July Eagle. Yeah, his name is Blade Saber. Is it Saber? Am I pronouncing that right? They say he's the American dream made real. After taking the Olympic gold, he exploded on the pro wrestling scene. His size speaks volumes. So this is like Kurt Angle meets Brock Lesnar. He's tough. Tough as nails and twice as sharp. I want that kind of strength. An indomitable will and elite bargaining power. I'll need political chops like that to make it in New York. Now you're catching on, Junior. The real fight happens outside the ring. Many wrestlers fail to realize this fact. Now then, Junior, can you break through this wall in front of you? Uploading songs to the workshop. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I noticed, like, you can't upload any songs to the workshop. That's why it would have to be, like... That's why I was thinking of... I created a video on my channel, and it's actually, like, one of the more popular videos on my channel. And it was about, you know, the Fire Pro Wrestling world, you know, adding Fire Pro Wrestling entrance themes into the PS4 version on how to do that. Because it is a little, like, it's not as intuitive. The process is definitely much easier on the PC for anyone who's played the PC. You know, it's always probably easier on the PC in general. This is drag and drop. You know, find the folder, drag and drop. PS4, a little bit more tricky because you gotta have like a memory stick and all that stuff. But I was thinking of like creating my files, right? And then making a Steam guide. And then the Steam guide is just like basically a description and a link. Like, hey, these are all the entrance themes I like to use when I play this game. You know, maybe separating into like packs. Like maybe this is my ECW entrance theme pack. This is my early WWF entrance theme pack. This is my New Japan entrance pack. So then people can get those files and, you know, they'll get it off of like, you know, I don't know, like a Google Drive download or Dropbox download or something like that. What? A critical? Wait a minute. Break it. Break it. Break it. I killed him. Yo, how did I critical this guy? In the that was not even I did a square move. I'm playing on an Xbox controller, but I still speak in PlayStation buttons. I did a square move, right, which is a weak move. It was a leg takedown. And then I went into the mount position and I pressed the weak one, square, and boom, critical. Come on. July Eagle, Olympic gold medalist, one of the top stars in the USA, destroyed in seconds. In seconds by Blade Saber. 44 seconds. Get out of here, July Eagle. This is great. Do they ever have this on sale for the PS4? I have seen it go on sale for the PS4, Devlin. Yes. I've seen it go on sale. Like, I think it probably was even on sale recently when they did like the Tokyo Game Show sale. Definitely check around during the big holiday sales. Check around during the summer sale. Obviously, we passed it, but you know, you got the autumn sale coming soon, the holiday sale, the Thanksgiving sale, you know. So you got those big sales coming soon. So you'll probably see this go on sale relatively soon on both platforms. I know this was just on sale on the PC, but it's in the phase where it's going on sale pretty regularly. I like to use PS prices and to check for PlayStation sales to like track stuff. If you go to psprices.com, you can actually track this game and then get like email alerts for when it goes on sale for the PlayStation. And on Steam, obviously add it to your wish list. And always keep an eye on Steam database. You're going to have to create a clip of that. Father Axekeeper. What's up, Father Axekeeper? Welcome to the stream. Wanted to tell you something about the quick match in Virtua Wrestling 64. The translation made it seem like it only works for certain shoot submissions, but it works for any submission or move that can KO, and it can happen at any time. I've KO'd someone with a running leg lariat in 8 seconds. I do the WOU circuit a lot as I love quick match. You know, that's really interesting, Father Axekeeper, because I don't know, were you there? Remind me, because I forget who shows up, you know, sometimes. But were you there when we were doing the Virtual Wrestling 64 run through, and we had the quick match option on during the career path, but I was able to kick out of a lot of submissions in the computer as well? I'll give you credit, Junior. You don't let walls stand in your way. Mr. July, I just knocked you out in 45 seconds. There's something I want to ask you. Oh yeah? Ask away as a reward for your win. Why do you continue to fight? You're an Olympic champ and national hero. Why get into the ring? You said the magic word. The ring. It's 2 words. The ring calls to me. That square jungle is home to strange beasts. Those beasts took me in as one of their own. You mean real wrestlers? Your father was a real wrestler. I saw him fight when I was a kid. He wowed the crowd with amazing throws and grapples. I still don't know if I can live up to his legacy. What are you talking about? You're you, Blade Saber. Escape from your father's shadow. Be the champ of a new era. Got that, Peach Fuzz? Yes, sir. Very empowering conversation from July Eagle, especially after he got knocked out in 45 seconds. I also... this story mode is a trip because it's like... it's presenting Blade Saber's journey as a real journey through pro wrestling, i.e. he's actually beating these people for real, right? But it's still acknowledging that wrestling is a work. Like right there, even in that conversation, it's acknowledging, you know, like in the first part before the match, July Eagle was like, oh, you have to work on the politicking, right? The politicking and the showmanship and wowing the crowd. But then it's also like, but I will kill you in the ring and you'll die and I'll murder you. And it's just like, and then he goes, you're an Olympic wrestler, why are you in the ring? He's like, oh, you know, because all the wrestlers. And he's like, you mean real wrestlers? And it's like, amateur wrestling is real wrestling because it's not fixed. Pro wrestling is fixed. So it's just interesting this storyline walks that line, because I don't really know what it's trying to say. And that's the thing I always have issues with wrestling game modes, is this like, okay, do we acknowledge that wrestling is a work and a kayfabe, or do we present it as like, you really have to win these championships, you really have to win these matches for real? And I always see that struggle in presenting wrestling championships. I watched the VOD later, so I couldn't chat at the time. The super early KO submissions is more rare than in Virtual Wrestling 2, but it does happen now and then. That's what it felt like, Father Axekeeper. It felt like with the quick match on, it was happening definitely fairly more frequently, because I did get a few, if I remember, I did get like a KO or something during that run, or already in the finals. But it wasn't as fast as Virtual Wrestling 2. It seemed like they definitely upped it in Virtual Wrestling 2. Remind me, Father Axekeeper, or anyone in the chat, is quick match in Revenge and WrestleMania 2000? It's not in No Mercy, right? They took it out in No Mercy. I know it's in Virtual Wrestling 2. I can't remember if it's in Revenge or WrestleMania 2000. It all comes down to this. Time to find out who takes home the prize and the glory. A showdown between 2 Japanese wrestlers. What are the odds? It's the young protege Blade Saber versus Cherry Blossom Icky. Yo, Cherry Blossom Icky! That's who I said I wanted to show up, because I want to see what they look like. I mean, with a name like Cherry Blossom Icky, come on. They were going to make it to the finals. Yeah, this is what the people pay to see. These two are going to go at it till the other is a bloody pulp. May the toughest man win. What was that from the Peanut Gallery? One of you bums got something to say? Come here! Oh, he's fighting someone in the crowd. Just because you got a ticket don't give you the right to run your mouth. I'm going to rearrange your face. What's that all you got? Huh? Mr. Saber, please, stop the violence. Didn't know the human body held so much blood. You'll kill him at this rate. Surely it's not worth being charged with manslaughter. Mr. Saber's working over the crowd here, folks, but the real match is in the ring. What was that about? He's got a temper. Quick matches in Revenge, but not WrestleMania 2000 or No Mercy. Okay, thanks for clearing that up, Free. I'm your senpai. Don't expect to steal a win. You need to be taught a lesson in fear. The respect I have for your mentor doesn't apply to you, his pupil. If anything, it means I'm culturally obliged to beat some sense into you. The poor audience. They came expecting an epic finale. Looks like they will be sitting through dojo tryouts instead. Ooh, this is rough. I'm getting like Tai Chi vibes. The way he talks. Blade Saber, your eyes got spirit. Iki, once this is over, I won't cry on your shoulder, but I will lend you mine. One of us is going to be crying on each other's shoulder. Close that mouth before I slap it shut. This won't be a fight, it'll be a hazing. Treat this like a training, and I'll take you to school. Glad to see you can handle the pressure. You too, senpai. Ooh, it's getting interesting. I don't care who wins. I just hope they embrace at the end and do in fact cry on each other's shoulders. Here we go. Look at that hair. He looks like he's part MMA fighter, part Twitch streamer with the with that hair. So look, see again, CRB2. So there's a different ring. USA Grand Dome. Do we unlock these rings? Do we unlock these entrances? See, I didn't check that. I don't think... You know what? I don't think I've seen them yet in the exhibition mode. This is the difficulty. Oh, now we're at computer level 4. Okay, I didn't even check the last one. But see, look. CRB main theme. So we get some new themes when we go through this story mode. I want to unlock this stuff. Look at this. Look at this entrance. You know, I know we saw it last week, but look how cool this is. I hope we unlock it when we play story mode, when we finish it. Combat King Reborn, Blade Saber. This also unlocks achievements. I noticed that when I played this last week, after I logged out, I got the fight in an SWA rules match because that's what this tournament is doing right now. So if you haven't yet unlocked some of those match types, you can unlock them in this mode. I only have a few of the match types unlocked because I haven't really gone down that path and playing all the different match types. I do want to recomplete all the achievements and trophies. You know, I did all the trophies on the PS4 version, but I don't have them all here because, again, when I first got this game on PC, I had every intention to play it, and I just never got around to it. And now that I'm streaming again, I would like to play this more on stream and just in general and really build up. Oh, he's trying to do the taunt. The shake my hand taunt. So getting all the trophies. The trophy list is actually really easy. The biggest time sink is the getting S rank on all the missions. I remember that took us a few sessions when I was streaming this on the PS4 version. Took quite a while to get that. Hopefully it won't take as long if I'm doing it again because I already kind of know what to do and kind of prepared for a lot of them. He countered me. I don't play a lot of the SWA. Oh! Into the rolling heel hook. That was cool. I don't think I've seen that move. Oh, there he tried to go for it again. Oh, that's a running takedown. Yeah, I don't even remember a lot of the moves Blade Saber had in this fighting style because, you know, we were going through some of these matches kind of quick, as you saw, like, you know, the freaking 45-second knockout. Now I wonder too if that, like, the critical hit rate is up a little bit in my favor because of who I am, who I'm playing as, or because of the match type. Does the critical hit increase in SWA match types? Is that a thing? Boom. Stay down. Oh, he won't stay down. He keeps getting up. Oh, that's a critical. Oh, he got me. What happens now? Am I done? On Fighting World, have you played the Junior World Story yet or no? No, I haven't. I remember starting the World Story in the PS4 version. Oh, so you gotta have a rematch. Okay. So they let you have a rematch. Good. I was wondering if like the story continued on. No, I haven't played either the Junior or the World. Damn, he got that flash critical submission with the with that really cool rolling heel hook. See again, I'm wondering if, you know, almost like we were talking about with the quick match feature in the virtual pro wrestling games, if when you're doing a, you know, mixed martial arts style match, if the critical rate percentage is higher. It definitely feels like it. Oh, get kicked in the head, the back of the head. So now I gotta know I gotta keep my distance a little bit with this guy, because he's got that. Oh, I should have just kicked him. Oh, he went for it again and I stopped him with the kick in the face. Defying the law of physics right here. He was like already in like mid-turn, and I kicked him in the face and he went right back up to standing position. Quit and restart was Freem's response. That's always the panic go-to, right? It's like, oh crap, I lost. That's definitely a turnover from the Virtual Pro Wrestling 2 mode. My opponent is a grappler. Is that how you can tell with their style, like their stance? Oh, just throwing them out. Here we go. Armbar. I sent that just as the critical happened. Oh, I didn't see it. I wonder if the chat's a little delayed, because I didn't see that right away. Maybe the stream's a little delayed. Or maybe I'm just a little delayed. Maybe I just didn't see it. I'm using the Streamlabs OBS deck app. Oh, nope. I didn't. A, I did not mean to climb that rope. B, I just think it's so funny that they just fall. Here we go. Oh, oh, oh! Maybe it was lag. Maybe. Stop it! He's blocking everything. Okay, that goes right into the mount. Oh, yeah, give you my own heel hook. I'm somewhat behind because I'm watching on Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. Ooh, you got me there. Haha, you missed. So this is... So what's interesting is, like, this is like a illegal hold. Like, he's got some of these, like, punches and stuff that are, like, illegal moves. Ah! And I have to break them. But they're not, like, actual submissions. Is this MMA? Yeah, this is supposed to be, like, the MMA fighting style. I didn't choose this. So this is what's weird about, again, this mode. Blurring that line of, like, real wrestling and fake wrestling. Because you start out in this mode, when you're playing as this fictional character, Blade Saber, you start out in a pro wrestling match and in a pro wrestling environment. And you're like, oh, I'm going to be a pro wrestler like my father before me. And you have a couple of matches, and then he's like, all right, I'm going to go to New York, and I'm going to compete in the tournament. And I'm going to make my name for myself in the U.S. as a great professional wrestler. And you get to this tournament, and this tournament is all of a sudden a mixed martial arts mode tournament, and you're doing, you know, MMA, and it's like, wait a minute, is this still considered pro wrestling? Because they're talking like pro wrestlers, but he's also like fighting people in the tournament who are pro wrestlers, and then people in the tournament who are like mixed martial artists, and it's kind of confusing because it's like, So wait, what's going on? What world are we in? Like, are we in a pro wrestling world? Are we in an MMA world? Are we in a world where like both those styles mix regularly? Um, yeah, it's just fascinating. Are you on high difficulty? No, I'm not. Before this match, I checked the difficulty, and I'm on a level 4 difficulty. It seems like. A lot of the other matches used to be on level 2, so it seems like the difficulty is going to increase as I go on. I'm just gonna look at his signatures again because I forgot. So left, down, square X. Okay. It seems like the difficulties are going to increase. Up, but he. Oh, that was the end of the round. That was the end of the round. Okay, I was like, I thought he gave up. Then I just kick him in the face. Is he gonna get up? Oh, he's getting close. Oh, he's gone. He couldn't make it. So much for that round break. 89% match evaluation. Attaboy, Sabio. Uncle, I won. Iki is one tough customer. I could have told you that. Toughest mook? Oh my goodness, toughest mook at the dojo? But you pulled through. Congrats. I like how this Grateful Saber is supposed to be like this older Japanese fellow, but like he talks like he's from, hey yo, I'm from Bensonhurst, you know. That's how he talks. Coach Saber, it's been a while. I'm embarrassed for you to see my defeat. Ah, who cares? What's done is done. The loser get a prize? Not a thing. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Sumio gets something, though. Proof that he defeated Iki. Is it like that hybrid MMA wrestling, like Pancrase? So, you know, that those definitely exist, right? Those organizations definitely exist. But I'm like traveling through different organizations, so maybe I did go to a Pancrase type organization that's in the U.S. It's weird, like, so yeah, I don't really understand the sense of place where we're in. There's a special place. Only people who fought in the ring can see it. Once you become a first-class wrestler like me, maybe you'll see it too. Forget about it! What I mean to say is, when you lose, you give something to your opponent. They literally give him like forget about it. I wonder if there's like older Japanese guys who live in Japan who talk like they're from like Brooklyn, who talk like they're from Bensonhurst. Hey, Hachachi-san, forget about it. Like Okada-san, forget about it. What are you doing? Coach Saber, thank you for the encouragement. You'll always be like a student to me. Iki, I'm bringing the memory of today's match with me as I travel the world. You can make it out there. Come on, the fans are waiting. Alright, where are we going to go next? Now I won the tournament, so what's next? My protege has something to share. So clean the wax out of your ears and listen up. Across the sea, the WWWWW 5 W's has crowned the new champion, Notorious. What is... Okay. The story mode is a trip. What is WWWWW short for? What is that? Worldwide Wrestling Worldwide. That's my pick. Chat, let me know what your predictions are. If you don't already know the answer, because I know some people have played this story mode. What is if you thought of a wrestling promotion and their name was WWWWW 5-time WWWWW champion. What's those W's? World Wrestling Worldwide whatever. I don't know. I hope they say it. I hope they say what WWWWW stands for. Next stop, New York, to defeat Notorious and take the title. I thought I was in New York. I'll also be donating the entire billion in prize money to the disadvantaged children of the world. With that said, I can't forgive Cider Gaming for disrespecting the sport of pro wrestling. President Watabe, I like a moment with you in the ring. Uh-oh. Are you out of your mind? Don't get cocky because you won. You're disqualified from the prize money. Oh, this is turning into a wrestling angle. Oh, so now the crowd is against me too? I swear, you pro wrestling fans are a bunch of unwashed savages. Flaming Musashi, that's enough. Uh-oh, are we gonna get a match? Wait, who's this guy? How's everyone doing tonight? Let me hear it. Alright. By the way, anyone try the flaming bean cakes? Life doesn't get better than eating flaming bean cakes while watching pro wrestling. Is he selling a product right now? Who is this guy? My company recently started selling these hot little numbers. We've got samples for everyone. So grab a freebie on your way out. Who's flaming? World Wrestling Federation. With the W before the F. I love that free. Wonderful worldwide wrathful wrestling. Wonderful worldwide wrathful wrestling. Wrathfully wonderful worldwide wrestling. You can also switch that around. Worldwide Web World Wrestling. Worldwide Web World Wrestling. You know, that's a good contender. Is this fake Inoki, you think? Who the hell do you think you are? This is my show. I paid the booking fees, so you people work for me. Tell me, Watabe, what does pro wrestling mean to you? Pro wrestling? It's an advertisement for our products. An excuse to print money. It's a way to funnel our excess profits. We make more than we know what to do with. Some ad man came up with this scheme. These ad agencies really know how to treat their clicks. We're both interested in the same thing. The bottom line. So I figured, why the hell not? And I signed on for the little venture. How about it, folks? I can't follow what he's saying, but pro wrestling is a performance. Pro wrestlers are human beings. It's human drama. The audience lives vicariously through the performances. Watabe doesn't see these entertainers as people. He can't even see the sport as entertainment. Shut up, you arrogant sock puppet. What are you even trying to say? This self-centered garbage doesn't fly, especially coming from an old, washed-up wrestler. I wonder if this flaming Musashi character was in the other Fire Pro story mode that this takes place after. Again, I have no knowledge of it. I do want to play it on stream. Maybe after we do this, I'll bring it up. I wonder if he's a character. I wonder if he knows the other ones. Why would we watch wrestling? I like that one. Why would we watch wrestling? Whimsical, wonderful world of wrestling. Whimsical, wonderful world of wrestling. W. Just a W at the end. These are great. Keep them coming. Whimsical. What way? Which way? No. Oh man. Something wins World Wrestling. World Wrestling definitely has to be in it, right? World Wrestling has to be in it. Why would we watch wrestling is a good one. I like that one. Those who enter this sacred ring do so for one reason and one reason alone. To battle. Ah, you should have said so earlier. I'll just be going now. Grit your teeth and take what's coming to you. He's beating the crap out of this president. Wonton wrapped wings and World Wrestling. Wonton wrapped wings. Is that a real thing? Because that sounds delicious. Worldwide Wrestling Wrath win. World Wrestling, Worldwide Wrestling win Wrath, or Worldwide Wrestling Wrath wins. That's the dinner and show package. That president's got guts stepping into the ring like that. He proved that he's willing to throw down with anyone, anytime, anywhere. Consequences be damned. Well, how was that for a beatdown, Saber? Couldn't have done it better myself, Master Flaming. It was a nice surprise seeing you today, Blade. Saber. You defeated Iki. However, your match was by no means perfect. You have much to learn. Today was another stop on the long voyage that is pro wrestling. Even though we were doing an MMA tournament, you are the cautious captain of your fate. You've yet to experience stormy waters. Embrace your madness, Blade Saber. A true pro wrestler accepts a challenge from anyone, anytime, anywhere. Keep on the lookout. Did he slap him? Was that what that was? I know someone referenced Inoki earlier. Who, what, when, where wrestling. Who, what, when, where wrestling. I like that. Who, what, when, where wrestling. You could even do who, what, when, where, why federation. You could add a little F at the end. It'd be six letters. Keep on the lookout. Enemies lurk everywhere, even beneath the calmest of waters. So strap yourself to the mast and let life's misfortunes bounce off your toned muscles. He's got to throw in that his muscles are so toned. You know what I mean? Master Flaming, thanks again for the help. One last request. Can you do the thing for us? Oh, is he going to do the thing? Alright then, ladies and germs. If I can have you all rise. Say it with me now. Nothing beats feeling good. That's his catchphrase. Nothing beats feeling good. I like it. They are talking like samurai training. Tonight's tournament was one for the record books, but that president, he really stole the show. The way he deflated after getting chopped. Didn't know the human body could bend like that. What? He was hospitalized? Well, I'm sure he can afford it. But enough about that putz. Let me hear a cheer for the Blade Saber. Seeing my protege take top honors does a man proud. Thank you, everyone, for your support. I'm wearing this belt to New York. I won't even take it off the plane. Sha? That's his thing. Sha? It's like what Link says in Ocarina of Time. So long. Oh, we were still in Japan. Okay. That wasn't clear. So long, Japan. Thanks for the all times. Goodbye, Japan. Goodbye, father. And thank you, Japanese pro wrestling. Because before the tournament, he said I was going to go and leave and I was going to go to Texas. I thought we were in the USA already. I thought we were in New York. Looks like wonton wrapped wings are a real thing. LOL. I just found a recipe. Oh my goodness. That sounds delicious. Link the recipe, Father Axe Keeper. Or I don't know if anyone else is interested, but at least whisper the recipe to me. I want to see that. Notorious, I'm coming for you. Ooh, Notorious has the eye makeup. That wasn't that like what one of the older like box art characters had for the older Fire Pro games. I kind of like want to go and like play all the Fire Pro games and see if there is this like overarching story, you know, that connects everything. If the people really did their research, when, you know, Suda really did his research, he's like, I'm gonna go play all the old Fire Pro games. I'm gonna go remember all the stories. We're in Florida right now, apparently. I can't escape from this nightmare. The Reaper never tires. Every time I look back, he's ever so closer. His empty smile fills me with dread. He smiles because he knows that he'll catch me someday, soon. Mac and cheese lasagna is real too. Ooh, mac and cheese lasagna sounds good. No slacking off, Sumio. Yes, sir. Right, next exercise. Oh, he's in his young lion gear. Yes, sir. But see, we didn't even start with the young lion gear. We started with, like, he's already in a match. See, this is what I thought the first match could have been. Why am I doing the training match now? We're starting with submission moves. Got it? Wear down the opponent and make him tap out. Story mission number 1? Wait, what? How is this? Why am I doing this now? I've just won an entire MMA tournament where this makes no sense. See, this is what I was talking about, and I can't believe they're doing this. This narrative is all out of whack. When also, is that supposed to be a mustache? This is move list change. Yeah, his move list changed again. Now he has different moves again. Tombstone Power Driver, Powerbomb. He didn't do any of these moves in the beginning. This is so confusing. Okay, so for those of you who weren't here last week when we started this, we start where he has like a debut match where he's in a mask. He's already been training for a few months. And he takes on the... At first they say, oh, he's the top star in the company. But then it's like, oh, he's just a rising star. People love him. But you win like your first match. And then you face... Who was it? You face like the friend of your coach, I think. Because he like wants to test you out or something. And then he's like, alright, I'm going to go off to this tournament. And you win this whole tournament. You win $1 billion, which you don't actually get, apparently. So now you don't have $1 billion that you can't give to like all the kids who are dying in the world. Which is what was your goal. And now I'm training. Now I'm training against the coach. This should have been the first match. And now they want me to win the match a certain way with submissions? This makes no sense. Oh, wow, he just kicked me in the face. Mustache powers unlocked. You completed a story, I think. Yeah, why did they say story mission 1? Is this a new story? I'm like 30% in. I'm a third of the way through this game, and it's like mission 1. Start. This is really bizarre. I would have had, if the whole thing, if this kid's whole story is that he's the son of the last protagonist in the SNES Fire Pro story mode, right? I think it was the SNES story mode. You want to start with him training to be a pro wrestler, struggling with the idea of following in his father's footsteps, who, keep in mind, his father committed suicide, alright? So there's a lot of trauma there. Not only did his father rise to the top of pro wrestling, but it also destroyed his life in a lot of ways, and he took his own life. So there's a lot of baggage. So it's like, I need to find the encouragement to pursue this path, but I also need to have the mental strength to make it in this business. And then that's why the coach, who I think is his uncle, or is not his uncle, that's still not clear, is training him. And, you know, this DLC came out, you know, after the game came out, but, like, if you want to start as sort of like a good warm-up. Take it easy, Father Axekeeper. Thanks for stopping in. Have a good breakfast. Let me know if you end up making those wonton wrapped wings. You know, if you want people to play the story mode to sort of like get their bearings on how to like play the game, so you're gonna do missions to make them win a certain way, which I'm not crazy about. Like, I understand it's like a tutorial sometimes. You know, people use like story, you know, championship modes for like story missions. Here's the thing. Here's just like a general game thing. Like a general game design thing that I always think about, right? There should be an option, and I know some games do this, but I want to see it more in video games in general, and I guess we can use wrestling games as an example. If you're playing Fire Pro, and you go through the story mode, and there's a whole set of sections that are like This is, you know, win this match with your a grapple, win this match with a submission, blah blah blah. We want you to do this 10 times in a match, okay? I have all the ingredients for them, so I probably will. There you go. That sounds delicious. Can't stop thinking about it. If that's something that you want to incorporate into your story mode, right? Yes, that's great for new players, but for players who are experienced with either that game or other wrestling games, maybe they don't want to go through all that. I would have an option to ask the player, hey, before we begin, do you want to do the story mode missions where it was basically a tutorial for the game, or do you want to skip them? You know, give players the choice. Is this their first time playing firepro? Are you a firepro expert? Do you consider yourself a firepro expert? Or has it been a while since you played firepro? You know, like just those simple options, I think, sums up any kind of player in general in video games. I kind of, you know, I get that, like, I play certain video games that people are playing probably for the first time or have never played before, but I wish that I didn't have to kind of waste my time with that stuff. And I wish that the developers... No, I can't pin. I was trying to drag him. I forgot which button's drag. I wish that I didn't have to, like, waste time with doing some of that stuff, you know? Like, I don't need to be told, like, A is jump. I've been playing video games since I was a kid, right? But I know that there's a lot of people who played video games for the first time. So being able to turn those features off right away, I think would be very helpful. Being able to skip tutorial modes or tutorial boxes popping up. Sometimes I play games where, you know, I haven't played that series in a while, so I do need some of those refreshers. But again, like Civ does that, right? Like I play Civilization, and Civ has options where you can turn off the hints right away, or, you know, they cater the hints that they give you based on, are you brand new to Civ, or are you coming back after a while, so you need a refresher, right? So I chose that one because it's like, oh, I haven't played Civ 5 in a while, and I kind of want to know about the new features in the game. So the hints are like kind of tailored to your experience, as well as talking about the new stuff in the game if you are a returning fan. I like that. I wish more more games in general did that, and I wish I saw that a lot more in wrestling games. Because again, I'm of the belief that if you buy wrestling games and you play wrestling games, you are a wrestling games fan. And someone in the chat could probably, you know, I don't know. Can anyone ever think of an experience where they know someone who went out and bought a wrestling game and wasn't a wrestling fan? You know, it's like me. Like I don't watch soccer. I'm not interested in soccer at all. I think it would be very strange if all of a sudden I went and I had to buy the new FIFA game. It's like, and then like, you know, someone comes over and they see I have FIFA and they're like, oh, you play FIFA? Like, yeah, I'm really into FIFA. I play a lot of it. Oh, okay. Who's your favorite football team? I don't know, the blue one. The blue one? What are you talking about? Yeah, you know, they wear like a blue outfit and a white outfit. I don't know, they had the best stats, so I chose them. Oh, okay, well, who's your favorite player? I don't know, number 44. I don't know his name. It's like, do you watch soccer? No, not at all. How many hours of FIFA do you have? About 830. It's the same thing with wrestling, right? Like, you go to someone's house. Oh, you got the new 2K game? Yeah, I love it. It's great. Oh, that's so sweet. Who's your favorite wrestler? I don't know. John Cena, I guess. Yeah, really? You like John Cena? Yeah. I play with him a lot. Because, you know, he's got really high power rankings, so I play with him. Oh, okay. What's your favorite John Cena match? Oh, I don't know. I've never seen a John Cena match. Like, what? You've never seen a John Cena match? No. Okay, well, what about Triple H? You know, he's in the game. Do you play as him? Oh, yeah, he's got, what, a 94 rating? Yeah, I play as him. Okay, what's your favorite Triple H match? Well, I don't know. Did you like Triple H when he was in DX? Or did you like him later on? Listen, I gotta be honest. I just bought this game because I thought it was fun. I have no clue who anyone is or any of the wrestlers are. You know, like, like who is that person? Who is that person that buys a wrestling game and just plays it because it's a wrestling game, but has no interest in pro wrestling? So all that to say, when you have these wrestling games come out, I wish that there was like a button like, hey, do you know how wrestling works? Then we don't need to explain it to you, right? Which is pretty much everyone. But if it's like, do you want to know some of the features of this game? Do you want to know some of the new things that you might not have seen in other wrestling games? Yeah, these are like mission modes. And there's a mission mode already in this game. Come on. The only way to watch soccer is in Spanish. There you go. The enthusiasm, the passion. Do you watch soccer, Freem? I don't watch soccer. I don't watch any sport besides the sport of pro wrestling. Time for sparring. 5 sets, 3 minutes each. Yes, sir. Yeah, see, like, I'm in my Young Line gear. I should have started as story mode with this. We're like, almost at 40%. What's going on? Use standing strikes to land a KO blow. Okay, so this is so weird. I'm doing mission mode matches in this story mode that I've already competed in an MMA tournament in. What is that? Was I trying to grapple him? Do you think that I'm warming him up with the medium kicks, but do you think that the critical rate, bam, his big wheel kick, and he has a high kick, do you think the critical rate is up because they want me to land a KO, or do I have to just wear him down like a normal match? Is that a submission, or is he not able to take him down? Is he being blocked? I think he's... What is that? It's supposed to be a fireman's carry. I can't use any grapples? I just have to use strikes? Oh, that's kind of lame. But it'll let me do the grapples that are strikes. Does anyone in the chat watch other like sports besides pro wrestling? I call pro wrestling a sport, even though it's entertainment. How do you all feel about that? I call it a sport, but like I know it's not a sport. You know what I mean? Like, no, it's not like an actual real competitive sport. It's just... It's both to me. It's entertainment and it's sport. I don't like to call it sports entertainment. I like to call it pro wrestling. It's its own thing. But I do consider it like, it's an athletic contest in a lot of ways in sort of the entertainment aspect of it. It's not... I'm an actor. I've gone to school for training, for acting. Acting can be physical, but it's not on the level of what pro wrestling is. Pro wrestling is literally like these guys are performing a sport. It's a performative sport, right? And there are other performative sports too, like ribbon dancing. Ribbon dancing is a performative sport. But I feel like when I was a kid, when I was younger, I watched baseball, I watched basketball a little bit, I dabbled in football when I got a little bit older, but I only stick to pro wrestling. So I know there's a lot of wrestling fans who are into other sports. I don't think you have to be into one or the other exclusively. Like, I'm not that person. I don't think that, like, you watch wrestling, you can't watch MMA or football or whatever, or if you're a football fan, like, you can't watch wrestling because it's fake, I don't believe in that. You can watch whatever you want to watch. But it's just interesting to see, like Glint says, they only watch wrestling. You know, it's interesting to see, like, you know, what other wrestling fans' interests are outside of pro wrestling, and especially in comparison to other sports. So this is an interesting match. I only can use strikes. And I have to try to knock him out. But this is actually, you know, I'm using the medium strikes because I'm trying to set up the big strikes. But I don't want to tire myself out. I'm not gonna knock him out with a drop kick, right? I still don't know how you can fake gravity. People need to explain that to me. Exactly, right? Like, you know, like a lot of these, you know, these moves and stuff. It's like, you know, you can't fake this stuff. What's fake about it? Fake is like, you know, the thing is, nothing's real. Let's be honest. Like, what is real? You know, you can get into that whole conversation of what is real, especially when it comes to entertainment, and that's what pro wrestling is. Pro wrestling is entertainment. Even your reality shows are not real. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of those reality shows are fixed. They're made to be a certain way. You know, they're edited a certain way. They are sometimes even scripted. So, you know, and they're presented as reality TV. You know. But, like, if you look at entertainment, I don't think Game of Thrones is real. I don't watch Game of Thrones and think it's real. I don't watch Breaking Bad and think it's real. I don't want, you know, it's just so funny that you still have these people who hang on to this notion, oh, wrestling's fake. It's like, yeah, but what, in comparison to what that's real? Like, are you comparing it to, like, baseball and football and basketball? Because wrestling is not a competitive sport. It's entertainment. It's storytelling. It's fiction. It always has been. For people who, you know, for people who ever really believe wrestling was, as a kid, I don't have memories of having, like, an aha moment, like, oh my god, this is fake? I just knew it was like, these guys are beating each other up, but they're not really beating each other up. I just knew it. It just made sense to me. I never really needed someone to explain, like, oh, you know, they're not really beating each other up. Maybe when I was 5, maybe, but I don't really remember that. I don't remember having this epiphany. You know, you hear about some wrestlers talk about, like, you know, they got smartened up to the business. And I guess maybe back then, you know, because wrestling was still so new-ish, I guess. The art of pro wrestling was so new-ish. But part of me also has a hard time believing, like, some of these guys weren't smart enough to the business until they had their first pro wrestling match. I think that's a work statement in itself. Like, how can you not? Because, like, when I was a kid, I don't remember having this moment, oh, so Hulk Hogan isn't really hurting these guys. Oh, that changes everything. I never had that moment. One of my favorite VHS tapes I used to watch over and over again was the Royal Rumble, what was it, 92? The one where Ric Flair won. And there's a lot of moments in that match where people miss moves. You know, one in particular, I think Shawn Michaels goes for like a super kick. This is before the super kick was like his finishing move. And he just used to use it. He goes for it, and it's nowhere near Ric Flair's face. And Ric Flair, like, goes like this. And he falls. And I remember watching as a kid, just being like, yeah, because this is wrestling, because they're not really trying to beat each other up. You know, I never, like, looked at it like I'm eating cereal. I'm like, wait a minute, he didn't really hit him. Tell me, some people say that the chops are fake, the blood is fake. Yeah, it's not. They don't fake it. They really hit themselves. They really hurt themselves. Is there a way to hurt your opponent less? Yes. Does that make it fake? No, because you still have to make contact. You still have to make contact. You know, it's like a magic trick in a lot of ways, right? Like, that's the way I kind of look at it. Like, are they actually making that card disappear into thin air? No, they're just making it not. They're just, making it disappear in front of your eyes so that you can't see it. But the card still exists. It's still taking up a physical space. You just don't know where the card is, because the magician is really good at hiding it from you and making it seem like it disappeared. That's what pro wrestling is in a nutshell. It's a very elaborate dance, a very elaborate choreography that is kind of performing a magic trick, and a lot of it has to do with performance. A lot of it has to do with acting, with selling, and all that stuff. But the physical contact still needs to be made. The physical contact still needs to be made, and you have to beat up your opponent without killing them so that you can do it again and again and again and again and again. Like, you have to be able to punch someone so that you're not actually breaking their jaw. You're not actually knocking them out, because you need to be able to punch them tomorrow night and next week and at the pay-per-view. So there's ways to do it, and it's almost like a magic trick. And I don't understand why people still haven't grasped that concept. That's what pro wrestling is and always has been. It's always been this performance. And people get so obsessed with, like, calling it fake, or saying this is fake, or this is how it's done. This is how... Yeah, okay. So, I don't watch Game of Thrones and obsess about, like, how they made the dragon look real. I don't watch Breaking Bad and think, well, is that guy really dead, or is he just an actor pretending to be dead? It's like, why do people obsess over that stuff? I don't get it. I certainly saw some real chops in New Japan. You know it's real when the skin around the impact area vibrates. I remember, I forgot who it was, but someone was talking about Suzuki. A wrestler was talking about Suzuki and how, like, they were, like, so scared to get in the ring with Suzuki. Because they're like, oh, he's legit, right? He's got a legit MMA background, and he does those chops, and they make such huge sounds. And... he was like, oh, I'm going to have to take a Suzuki chop. And then he was like, and I take the chop, and it was like, oh, man. It was like he was hitting a baby. I felt nothing. But it still made the sound. And he was explaining how, like, that there is that fine line, right? There is that fine line, like, you can chop someone and make a loud sound, but the person, the way you chop, the way you cup your hands, where you hit on the body, it sounds much harder than it actually hurts. Now, there are wrestlers who really, like, they don't do that. They really do, like, I'm going to hit you as hard as I can. I'm going to really chop you. So you see varying levels of that. But again, it's all about the performer and how they want to do it. And, if they have that expertise. Because it is a learned skill. It is. I've heard Chris Jericho talk about it. How, like, some wrestlers, when they chop you, they're really chopping you because they don't know how to chop you the right way so that it's not hurting, Grateful Saber. Keep going. You can rest when you're dead. Yes, sir. On to grappling. Yo, I've done a bunch of matches. I don't need to do these. Uh-oh, wait, they're eating. Eat. Stuff your face. This is part of your training. Yes, sir. You like that? Yes, sir. You like the taste of a good Texas T-bone steak? Yes, sir. It's delicious. That's $50 worth of grilled cow on your plate there. Yes, sir. It's delicious. Eat up, boy. Muscle is made in the kitchen. Yes, sir. No slacking off. Eat another. Yes, sir. Don't forget, we got your assessment tomorrow. My assessment? Yeah, it's a match where you showcase everything you've learned. The evaluators are looking to see if you're just some clod, or if you got the moves to make the grade. This will measure your true ability. Sure, but who am I facing? I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. Is it gonna be him? It's gonna be the coach. Great full saber. There you go. I like that one. Look at Daniel Bryan, for example, at Greatest Royal Rumble. His chest was really, really bad. Yeah, like, and I think some wrestlers embrace that. Some wrestlers like, yeah, just slap me. I want people to see the red chest. I want see people to see the red chest. I know every time Dragon Lee and Hiromu Takahashi get in the ring. They're just slapping away. They want people to see the red chest. I'm slapping my chest, but I also want to highlight. I'm wearing the Exalted in Heaven Brody Lee shirt. I actually wanted to take this to the Rochester AEW show, but it came too late in the mail because I was lame and I ordered it too late. So I'm finally wearing it. Okay, Sumio, let's get this thing going. But my opponent's not here yet. Forget to screw your head on straight this morning? He's standing right in front of you. You don't mean it's you. Bingo, kiddo. Returning from retirement for one match and one match only. Nice twist, yeah? Didn't I call it? I called it. But I can't fight against my coach. Not now. I didn't train you to think like that. Listen, you ever hear an epic story where the hero doesn't best his master? Yeah, me neither. Is that how it works? Kids these days, happy to just watch the world go by. Time to make your move and leave your mark. I won't hold back, Uncle. I'd never forgive you if you did. Get ready. The Grateful Saber is a pure, solid wrestler. They don't make them like this anymore. Good to know. It wouldn't be much of a story if you were a pushover. You ready for this? Sha! He's already performed in front of thousands of people, I want to remind you. And now he's having a match with his mentor. What is that on his face? It's not a mustache. Is that supposed to be face paint? You got 3 rounds to make an impression. What does that mean? So we're still doing rounds. Am I getting like quote unquote evaluated? Do I have to have like a great match percentage wise? I do have to say I like this this theme. Oh, I whiffed. Yeah, he was all red in that fight against Omega, Glit. Boom. So R trigger. Wait a minute. What does R trigger do again? R trigger is pin. I'm countering stuff and I'm trying not to counter stuff. Okay, if I just hold the breathe button, I think I'll let him do stuff to me. So I'm wondering if I'm supposed to fight this like as if I'm trying to get a high ranking. So again, with firepro, there's a lot with these percentages. Oh, Dandelions. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Dandelions mentioned that comment about Omega and Brian. So, thanks for pointing that out, Glint. Sorry, I saw your name right above the comment, and it was the same color as Dandelions, so I assumed it was the same one. But Dandelions, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you know, it's also like, I think some wrestlers know that stuff shows more on their body than others, right? Like, Daniel Bryan, you know, he's not really, like, super tanned or anything. So those chops are going to show. Those chops are really going to show. So he probably encourages it. He's like, yeah, chop me, so people can see how red my skin is. How long are these rounds? 5 minutes? I'm already up to medium moves up, but he keeps countering them. Do you lose points when you miss moves? I don't remember if that was a thing. I'm gonna taunt. I wonder if taunting actually counts even though there's no crowd. So something I really wish would be incorporated in the firepro series, or like, you know, obviously it's not going to be incorporated now because the developers are done working on the game, but I would love it if someone made a mod or something where you could see your match rating in real time. And that's something I actually kind of wish a lot of other wrestling games that did have ranking features did. I would like to see like a little counter. If there was like a little percentage meter in the upper right, and like maybe you could toggle it on or off. You know, like maybe it doesn't have to be there every match if people don't like it clouding up the HUD. But I think it would be very useful if you are trying to get matches to be a certain ranking. If you could see where you are in the match and like what your actions do. I would love it to see like, oh, I just did this move, so it added this much. I just did this move, it added this much. I would love that. And I really, and especially, you know, we're doing a mission right now. I don't know what ranking I'm supposed to get. They're just like, make an impression. You got 3 rounds. So I'm assuming in the 3rd round, I'm going to try to beat them. Right? That's what we want to do. We want to try to beat them in the 3rd round, I guess. Because they didn't really make a... They didn't really say if like, oh, you got to make sure you win the match. They're just making an impression. So it's a little vague what I'm supposed to be really doing right now. Against my mentor. I'm assuming I have to beat him. Bam. Oh, the big chop. And he blocked it. I want to hit that move, though. I like that move. Ugh. The timing on that's tough. Here we go. The big chop. Speaking of chops, you know what would be cool? If in a wrestling game, when you chop people, you can see the wear and tear. You can see the markings. How cool would that be? If they added that, you know, we're talking about wrestlers getting chopped. How cool would that be if, like, if you continuously do chops on a wrestler, eventually you can see the markings, the bruises of the chops. I think that would be a neat feature in a wrestling game. You just see their red, you just see the redness start to light up in their on their chests. I think that's possible. I think you could add that in a wrestling game. I don't know why this game is about timing. You know, that's a kind of a good question, Glenn. Why did they decide to use this kind of mechanic? I wonder if it was more so because of the technology they had at the time and sort of maybe like making it a game, making it like, you know, some of the early arcade wrestling games are all about button presses and timing, you know, so I wonder if that has to do with it as well. I wonder if it just came like the fact that like, oh yeah, we're making a wrestling game, but we're also making a video game, so you know, it's about one player beating the timing over another player. Oh, 2.9. That's good. That's good that we got that. We want to get those false finishes. We could see it in 2K22. Are you talking about the chopping, leaving the marks? I'm gonna steal his finisher. Oh, I think I messed up there. Or he just countered me, actually. There we go. Boom! Oh, is that gonna be a knockout?
2, 3,
The capture suplex.
5,
Oh, he's up. He's up. Alright, we gotta put him away. We gotta put him away.
1, 2, 3.
There it is. Nice. Alright, let's see if this counts. 78%. Mission cleared. I don't know what percentage I had to get. Or if it even mattered at all. Nice work, Samio. That's exactly the type of talent we need. You came at me with every dirty trick in the book. Is that your idea of a match? Ah, quit your whining and grow a pair. You should count yourself lucky to get schooled by me and not the next guy. This is just the tip of the iceberg, kid. There's some nasty stuff out there, trust me, I've seen it all. Some lessons need a more direct approach. Yeah, you gotta enroll in the school of hard knocks. I didn't expect pro wrestling to be so harsh. That's the rub. It's exciting because it's harsh. People feed off of it. It encourages them. Glenn, you got 71% in that match. In that match I just did, you got 71%. Damn straight. Go to work, pay the bills, raise the kids, same old, day in, day out. Everyone's doing their best, but they need something to take their mind off the grind. That's where pro wrestling comes in. They see us perform, and it gives them that little extra push to make it through the day. Not a bad way to make a buck. It powers us to get in the ring and put on a show. Uncle, I get it, it's harsh, but that makes it worthwhile. Attaboy. You were always a quick learner. That means the world to me coming from you. And don't act like you didn't pull any dirty tricks on me either. We worked pretty good together. Uh-oh. Did he fall? I'm super tired all of a sudden. I think I'm gonna crash here. What was that about? Did he pass out? He just shook and then he disappeared. What's backlog? Globe Trotter. You Texas. The American flag, aka Texas. Listen up, Sumio. You gotta develop grit. Sometimes technique alone isn't enough to survive. What do you have in mind? Simple. Get into a fight with a stranger. What? That's his advice? Are you insane? Isn't that illegal? You worry too much, kid. This is Texas. That's what he should say. Just give someone the old stink eye, nothing to it. And you think that corny old routine is gonna work here? In America? Quit flapping those gums and give it a shot. So I'm guessing he glares at a stranger. Uh-oh, who's this? Texas Brutus. Just happened to be there. Sup, bro? Looks like you got something to say. Why don't we take this someplace quiet? Ah, crap. It worked. And why should I go anywhere with you? Didn't your mama ever tell you not to start what you can't finish? Come on. Then, can I finish my steak first? Don't push your luck any more than you already have. What did I get myself into? I'm glad Texas Brutus showed up. Are we going all the way back to the gym to fight? So the way I understand it, he was at a diner. He stared at Texas Brutus. And now they went all the way back to the gym. And there's a ref! Let's go. What is this? What's going on? Where is this story going? And now I have to... Okay. We're fighting a real fight right now. But it's a wrestling match. And then I went to compete in a wrestling tournament where it was real MMA fighting. This storyline is all over the place. They don't know what world they're in. Again, we're if I were to do a wrestling mode, an actual wrestling story mode, I think you would have to just lean in completely to the idea that these wrestlers are trying to win championships and they're trying to, work their way to the top. What's up?
Just wanted to let you know that J Balvin.
Who?
J Balvin, he's a reggaetonero.
Uh-huh.
He dropped a song called Ten Cuidado. Pokemon 25 version.
What?
That's the
Pokemon
album cover.
25. Oh! Yeah, that was a partnership with Pokemon. Like Katy Perry has a song too.
Okay, well, he is making several references to Pokemon, and so I thought you would enjoy it.
Send me the song.
I will.
I'll look it up. That was my wife, Drunken Homemaker, from those who remember, telling me about a reggaeton artist who made a Pokemon song. That's what we talk about here in the BBG household. We talk about stuff like that. BBG is lying. His favorite era in wrestling is the Enochiism era. What's up, Lariato? Latino Heat. Reggaeton Pokemon. Oh, she's sending me the link. There it is. You can probably find it on Spotify. I'm gonna have to listen to it. Maybe I'll listen to it when I go on my Pokemon Go walks. That's what they want, right? They want you to listen to some reggaeton themed Pokemon songs while you're playing Pokemon. That's so funny. Marketing is weird. Brand marketing is weird. I'll tell her you said hi, Latino Heat Laureato. Yeah. If I were to make a wrestling game story mode, I would just focus it on like, listen, like you gotta start from the bottom, you gotta work your way up, and you gotta win matches, and then eventually you get the championship. I would treat and then stories would develop from that. That would basically be wrestling angles, and that's what that would be, right? That would be one sort of championship path story. If I wanted to create a story mode where you reference the fact that like, hey, they're all pretending, they don't really hate each other. They are politicking for matches. I think you could do a storyline like that, but I think you would have to work in some sort of mechanic to really sort of blend in the idea of like, okay, we're working, but so like, does this match bring a bigger crowd next week, right? Almost kind of a cross. I know in the fire promoter mode, right, you do have this option of booking matches, and then based on like how those matches perform, you get more audience, right? Audience feedback. I think if you're gonna make a championship path like that, like you really have to lean into that kind of mechanic of like, we're starting out as a small venue, these are the wrestlers we have to work our way up. I think it's hard to make a story mode in a established wrestling game with real characters, say WWF or AEW or whatever, where you're gonna allude to the fact that they're all just performing for the audience. I think you have to make it based on the idea that these are wrestlers vying for like championships, right? He got up. He was stunned from that. You can get stunned from a running move. I didn't know that. I thought you could only get stunned from the big grapple moves like this one. I mean, J Balvin did do a SpongeBob reggaeton song. Was it like a sponsored song, or is it like he just wanted to do a song about SpongeBob because he's a fan? I forgot about the Pokemon Go mobile game. So I'm not gonna lie, full disclosure, I just started playing Pokemon Go. Like, I downloaded Pokemon Go ages ago when it first came out, and I played it for like a hot minute, but I didn't really care for it. I didn't really like it. And I deleted it off my phone or whatever. But lately I've been trying to get back into like fitness. So I've been going out on walks and stuff with my wife, and in general, when I walk the dog and stuff like that. I've been working out, more. But so I've been looking for like kind of like supplements to my exercising. And I was like, you know what? Since I'm going on all these walks, let me download Pokemon Go and kind of like, make a game out of it. So I kind of use Pokemon Go as a supplement to my walks. I'm not like obsessive about it. I'm not like on Pokemon Go every day. I do sometimes find myself looking at like, the gym down my block, like the Pokemon gym. I can put my Pokemon in there. Great. So I'll do that. But again, it's an excuse for me because I feel like I have a bad habit of just staying inside, right? Of not wanting to go out, either in social events or just in general, just going on a walk and getting fresh air and staying physical. So I kind of used it as an excuse to like go out for a little bit, even if it's just to get some sunlight. I shouldn't have got up in your face like that. Please, let me off the hook. Where are they now? Are they in a bar that has a ring? Is this the same place he was eating? This is not the same diner place. Look at that background. They're like in a bar in like a Texas speakeasy that has a wrestling ring in it. Well, BBG, there is a global pandemic. That's true. That's true, Freem. And you know, I embraced it in a lot of ways because when they were like, "Oh, stay in, stay home, social distance," and I was like, "Well, that's how I already kind of live my life." I kind of live my life just not going out, and now they're gonna pay me to do that. How do I get this job forever? But I think it's less about going out and like meeting people. It's just that physical activity, like sitting around at home all day, laying down on my couch or sitting in my computer chair. Like it's not good. And I'm starting to think long term. I'm 35. I'm not old. I don't consider myself old, but I am starting to think long term. I want to be able to go into my 40s, in my 50s, limber and healthy and fit to a certain degree. And I know from experience, I used to be really into fitness back in the day, like in college and stuff like that. Late high school, I got really into fitness. So I know how important it is just to move around every day. Just to take a few minutes out of the day and do some jumping jacks, get the blood flowing, and especially if you are sitting around all the time. And what's interesting is that I had a job for a very long time where all I did was sit. And then I got a job, after that where it was more physical. And I was like, I just feel so much better in my body being able to move around on a daily basis. So it's just about that. It sucks that we are still in a pandemic. I still avoid going to places like that, like big places like that on a regular. Obviously, every once in a while I think it's okay if you are masking up and social distancing and stuff, but it's not like every day I'm gonna go to the park and hang out with people I don't know. But we have a bike path that's not too far. It's like a couple-minute drive that my wife and I walk down every day, and it's nice. You feel it. You feel a difference in your body when you go on those days you take that walk, and then those days you don't take that walk. You definitely feel a difference. So I encourage others to do the same. I'm not a runner. I've never been a runner. I've never been someone with I'm gonna go out and run. And a lot of times when I exercise, I incorporate other types of cardio into me. I just don't find running fun, I guess. You keep getting Eevee in Pokemon Go. Eevee is pretty common. Eevee is pretty common in Pokemon Go. I get a lot of Eevees too. Big same, RE not going out. Yeah, Freem. You don't have to give me excuse not to go out. I just won't go out in general. Don't sweat it. I got some good practice out of the deal. I'm really sorry, bro. I owe you one. What you owe me is another steak. The one I was eating went cold. Alright. This is all I got on me. Oh, now he's gonna hit him up for money? He picked a fight with him and now he's gonna hit him up for money? Guess I can let it slide this once, but be careful next time you challenge some guy at a steakhouse. You know it, bro. So they are still at the steakhouse. It just happens to have a ring in it now. Sumio, looks like I got nothing left to teach you. I finally understand what you've been trying to say. When the fights get real, rules go out the window. That's the long and short of it. So where to next? Let me see. We're headed north. Hope you're not sick of flying. We're taking a plane? Oh yeah, we're going way north. Is he surprised that they're traveling in a plane? Somewhere else? Because how did you get from Japan to the United States? Obviously you took a plane. They showed them on a plane before. I don't get that statement. Taking a plane? Again? I thought he was going to go to Texas and Lithuania? Wait a minute. Why am I going to Lithuania? I thought the whole point was to go to the US to become a big star in the US. What famous wrestling organization is in Lithuania? Didn't they say the... Alright, let's see where this goes. Oh, my delicious borscht. Borscht? Right? Is that how you say it? Where have you been all my life? Zeta? What on earth would bring Japanese people here? Oh, he's saying it with an accent. Any idea what he's saying? I don't know a word of Russian. Give me all your cash. If you do, I'll let you slide this time. What? What the hell is your problem, buddy? We're enjoying our freaking borscht here. I'm a fighter. Super strong. Fork over your cash if you don't want to meet your maker. What's the holdup? It's written so he has a very like what's the holdup. But I'm not gonna embarrass myself with trying to emulate that that sort of dialect or whatever they're trying to go for with Petras Smirnovas. Cash now or you'll be sucking borscht through a straw. So that's the way you want it? Come on, let's take this outside. I feel like Petras is Sumeo in Texas. Petras is Sumeo in Texas. Julian with the host. Thank you so much, Julian, with the host. It's funny, it didn't come up on my, like, I heard it, but it didn't come up on my, notifications. I'm just trying to see why that is. Huh. But thank you for the host, Julian. Julian Cross Titan. Tourists usually crack under pressure. Who is this Japanese guy? He's basically doing it's so the irony of it all. He's eating food at a restaurant, someone gives him a mean look and like tries to pick a fight with him and he gets upset about it. Isn't that what he just did to Texas Brutus or whatever his name was? So now we're fighting like looks like a mixed martial arts fighter. Look the way he moves. Look at his legs. Comparison to the wrestling style. This is such a weird story. This story mode took a really weird turn. This story mode makes no sense. It's a lot of padding. It's a lot of padding. I thought this was going to be like an emotional journey of this wrestler trying to figure out what went wrong with his father in the past. Maybe retracing his steps, visiting his old haunts, fighting some people from his wrestler's past. We haven't really even gotten to that aspect of it. It's been kind of like, oh, you know, you gotta be a pro wrestler. You gotta be the best of the best. You gotta be so tough. Wrestling is not real though, but wrestling is at the same time. You know, it's just so mixed messages. Mixed messages. But why are we in Lithuania? Just so we can fight a Russian-esque fighter? First of all, why didn't we just go to Russia? So this guy, I assume, has to be Lithuanian? Who's trying to steal money from a Japanese tourist? What does this have to do with pro wrestling at all? This makes no sense. I do like the blue color of his boxing gloves. I like that color. Give up? Remind me, chat. Glint, I know Glint said he got a certain percentage in this match. Has anyone else played this story mode already? Or any of the other Fire Pro Wrestling story modes? I think I had borscht before too, though. I'm trying to remember. I dated a girl back in high school. She was Russian. And I'm pretty sure I had borscht once. I don't know if it's like a strictly like, you know, I don't know where that dish develops from, but I know a few countries kind of stake claim to that dish. And I knew a lot of Russian people back in the day who ate borscht. Wait, what's the story mode? I haven't played this in so long. This is the Champions Road DLC. This is not the story mode that comes with the game. The story mode that comes with the game is just like the regular heavyweight mode. I played like a couple of matches of that in the PlayStation version. In that version, you have to like create your own character. I remember that. Like you have to create your own character. Then you can unlock moves as you progress. Because again, it serves more as a tutorial, sort of for how firepro operates as opposed to like really concerned with telling a story. This is more focused on a narrative. You're playing as Sumio Saba, and you're fighting around the world. That's what it seems like. He's just picking fights with people around the world. And we're still doing like MMA fights. How pro wrestling is this? This is not all that pro wrestling. I'm still like, most of this story mode has been me competing in mixed martial arts style fights or mixed martial arts rules matches. Yeah, there's a junior heavy mode too that came with the DLC. I have that DLC, but I haven't played that one either yet. I'd be interested to see what that story mode is like. But again, you know, I play wrestling story modes like once just to say I did it. There's not a wrestling story mode I like. And when I mean story mode, I mean like story. You know, like, oh yeah, like I really like the journey of that story of, you know, whether it's like the plot, you know, the angles that they wanted to throw in the story mode or the journey. And chat, you can let me know if there are story modes to wrestling games that you really like, but I haven't met one I liked. You know, like even like even like the No Mercy Championship modes, like I don't like that stuff. I like just like the here's your schedule and here are your matches. I like there to be no story. I just like to play the game. And I like to go through like rankings. I like to go through like, you know, work your way up for a championship match. I like stuff like that. Face this many people before you face the champion. You know, I like stuff like that. I don't in wrestling games, I don't like it when they try to make a whole like story and season and all that stuff. SmackDown vs. Raw 2007 season mode. Is that the one we played on stream, or did I play 2006? I can't even remember which one I played. And I don't even remember much of the SmackDown one that I did. Please forgive me. Easy there, relax. Not like I was planning to take your money. Japanese fighter means business. Every time you feel those bruises, remember the man who gave them to you. Yeah, like the Virtual Wrestling 2 Royal Rumble Secession mode. I mean, the Virtual Wrestling 2 Royal Rumble Secession mode is not perfect. There's definitely a lot of there's issues I have with it, because I do wish there was a little bit more customization in it. Almost like if you did like, I know the 2K games used to have a they have like kind of like a season mode where you have like more control over what matches get on each card, right? Like you book it. And I like that. I like that feature's there. But then, you know, they also have, you can do storylines and stuff like that. And I don't really care about that. Because again, there's no... That stuff would work more for me if it impacted other aspects of the game. There were, you know, like the old GM modes, you know, it would impact ratings, right? Getting certain ratings. Like, that would be cool. If, like, okay, you're going on your way to make these matches and have these feuds of people. Is it increasing pay-per-view buy rates? Is it bringing more money into the company? Is it getting more attends and fans? And then when you get that accomplishment, right, what can you do with that? What more can you do with that? So again, that goes into this hybrid GM mode / story mode of just running a professional wrestling company, if you're going to go into that sort of like direction. But the story modes that try to like, oh, they put you in these feuds and these storylines and stuff like that, it's like I don't care for that stuff. I really don't. Like this story mode, like him going on a journey, like it would be compelling because it's a fictional story. It would be compelling, but right now it's not that compelling. I gotta be honest. It's a little all over the place, and we're like almost halfway through, and I still don't feel hooked by it. And especially like the mission types they keep throwing at me. Like these mission types aren't fun. They're kind of lame. You nailed this test too. Let's keep a move on. There are many things a wrestling story could be, but I feel like there needs to be multiple story modes based on what you want to do. And that's the problem, Freem. Yeah, it's like there's so many different ways to take in pro wrestling, right? There's so many different aspects of a pro wrestling fan who watches pro wrestling and what they enjoy the most about pro wrestling, what they would want to do in the story mode. You can't have like a one size fits all kind of story mode. So you would have to have different modes that in the past would be considered a quote-unquote story mode or season mode or championship mode or whatever you want to call it, and just have them be their own individual modes that sort of satisfy those wants and the desires of what a full season would look like. Why this guy sort of looks like the thug dude from Squid Games. Yeah, that's blowing up right now. I have not seen Squid Games. Where to next? Someplace near and dear to me. Are we going back to Japan? Because if we go back to Japan, it's like, who's booking all these flights? Who's paying for all this? I didn't win the $1 billion in the tournament. Look at that. We're halfway through, man. And like nothing of worth has happened. Oh, we're going to the UK. London. SmackDown versus Raw 07. It was the ladder match. To be honest, WWE Day of Reckoning 1 is short story. I remember the Day of Reckoning 1 stories being played. I couldn't tell you what I did in them. I've forgotten like every single story mode we played pretty much. You know which one kind of did stand out to me a little bit? Was the AAA game. The AAA story mode was interesting because the running theme of that was just like belts being stolen. And that's a common trope in wrestling story mode games, are belts being stolen. I think one of the SmackDown games we played, it was the whole thing, who stole the championship belt? Impact had that. The Impact Wrestling game had that as well. And the AAA game. Don't the British know what a refrigerator is? I can't stand warm beer. Oi, wanker! You taking the piss? That's a line in this. Come on, speak up, mate. Uh-oh. This is gonna be... this is a big guy. It's worse than warm. It's flat. Did you know they serve skunked beer here? Will you look at the bollocks on this one? Come over here, funny man. Lucky for you, we got a brilliant healthcare system. That's actually a really funny line. If your moves are as stale as your ale, I don't have much to worry about. With your face that's pale. He should have kept going. He should have kept rhyming. And now we're going to fight. Yo, he's not going on a road to be a pro wrestler. He's going on a road to just pick bar fights with people, which end up being pro wrestling matches. This makes no sense. If I'm going to make a game where I want my character to be in bar fights, wouldn't we be fighting in a bar? Shouldn't all these quote-unquote fights be in a bar? How is he conveniently picking fights with people at a bar, or getting into fights with people? Because he didn't pick that one. I mean, he kind of had it coming. He was making fun of a whole country's beer. Okay? How are you going to just generalize, all the Brits? Don't the Brits know how to make beer just because I can't understand it? How would he feel if a British tourist went to Japan and was like, don't the Japanese know how to make alcohol? What's this sake? It sucks. Like, come on. Don't just generalize just because you can't understand the taste of their cultural beverage. But, like, just happens to be a wrestler. Oi, we're gonna fight because you make fun of our beer. He's like, okay, well, meet me at the gym. Does it have a wrestling ring? Yes. Good. Because I just so happen to be a pro wrestler. Me too. This is part of my journey. This is part of my learning process to be a great wrestler. Living in my father's footsteps. Who killed himself, by the way. Okay? You think he would be less trying to go down this path of picking bar fights with people? Because we've already established that he's dealing with so much emotional trauma. BBG's favorite plot of a wrestling game is WWF Betrayal, the one where you have to rescue Stephanie McMahon. Is that really the plot in that game? Yep, the Lucha Libre Héroes del Ring. The AAA game, yeah. I played that one on stream. I actually have all the achievements for that one. Nah, the big dude signed a consent form to fight. Like, they're working a match. This isn't a fight. Alright. I don't know Suda perfectly. Personally. Perfectly? I don't know Suda. If he did indeed write this storyline, what is he thinking? How detached is he from the world of pro wrestling that he's going to write a story where the story missions, the story chapters are you getting into bar fights that result in wrestling matches? Wouldn't it have just been easier to just write a story if it is about this guy's journey around the world? Oh, we're going to the UK because we want you to face some of the top talent in the UK. Like, come on. That's it. That's all you need to do. And then you do these wrestling matches where you face wrestlers from around the world. And again, maybe you run into some people from the past. Maybe you run into, you know, maybe there's certain requirements. Hey, in order for you to get offered, you know, like you go to UK, you're nobody, so you gotta like get a match rating of 75% or higher so that you can be offered a chance to work at a bigger venue. You know, set up stuff like that. Like, if you really want to travel this journey, why are we going on this like narrative of like people who are getting into fights? This makes no sense. Homie should have just stayed chilling at the crib if he's just going to be going out in the world with Black Air Force energy. Glenn, you remember the AAA stream? Oh my goodness, another critical. Critical with the tombstone. We're just going to taunt over his dead body. We get a lot of criticals in this story mode. Well, I'll be gobsmacked. Just who are you, mate? Well, I'm your average pro wrestler, just passing through. What do they call you? I'll burn it into my brain. He's Blade Saber. And don't you ever forget it, mate. You see what he did there? And that big bloke behind you. Blimey. If it ain't the Grateful Saber. Okay, so he knows. He's a wrestling fan, at least. The one and only. You inspired me to step into the ring. Wait, what? How do you know my uncle? I always told you I was a living legend. Believe me now? Yeah, how does he not know that? It's already established. Keep up, Blade Saber. Keep up. Come on. I even knew he was a big deal. The man, the myth, in the flesh. Bloody hell. Yeah, don't expect an autograph or nothing. Oi! You wanker! Why'd you critical me? Samil, we're heading out. We have other bars around the world to pick fights in. Fighting around the world? I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. The handicap games in the AAA games were something, especially at the end. I remember like the last couple of ones before you got to the final fight, because the final fight was a singles match. They were like, there was like one where it was like a 3-on-1 with like Dr. Wagner, and we were going to Brazil. Those were tedious. I remember losing those a couple of times. A lot of handicap matches in wrestling games are tough. I wonder if we'll have a handicap match in one of these. It seems like we're just traveling around the world to eat and get into fights in restaurants. You said we'd find... Why does he go to... If you're gonna... You said we'd find an opponent if we're waiting here. You sure about that, Uncle? Ain't no one around. Okay. The uncle is a famous pro wrestler. Or was a famous pro wrestler. Who's taking on the son of his brother who killed himself in the ring. Important plot point that we've no longer talk about. And he's like, I'm going to take you on the ring. And he's like, yes, you're my uncle. Of course, you're going to teach me the waves. And he's like, we're going to go to the U.S. We're going to go to Texas. He's like, you know what? Terry Funk, Dory Funk. We're going to learn the American style of pro wrestling. Awesome. I'll add it along with the Japanese style. It'll make me a great, well-rounded wrestler. And then he teaches you some stuff. You play in the ring. And then he's like, all right, we're going to go eat. We're going to go celebrate. He's like, all right, next start of your lesson. You're going to pick a fight right here in the bar. And it's like, what? Okay, I guess. You pick a fight. You win. Now we're going to go to Lithuania. It's like, Lithuania? Remind me, I'm trying to think. What's a great promotion in Lithuania? What's a big one? Don't worry about it, kid. We'll figure out when we get there. And then you get into another bar fight. And then you go to UK. And you get into another... After a while, and it seems like we're going to get into another bar fight with this Antonio Fernandez. Are you Japanese? Last time I checked, what you doing here? Uh-oh. A lot of, like, sort of... A lot of xenophobic writing, too, in this game. It's all about, like, oh, look at this Japanese guy here. I'm going to steal his money. Or I'm going to pick a fight with him. It's so stupid. Eating a big plate of beans. What does it look like? Put money on table. Walk away or you die. Okay, whoever wrote this, they either have a lot of experience of going out to public restaurants as a tourist and getting held up for money, or they don't have any experience of going out to restaurants as a tourist. Because I don't know, does that happen a lot? I've never once traveled to another location and people look at me like, oh, they're not from here. We're gonna rob them in daylight at a public restaurant. How did you get the mask versus mask trophies? I thought the servers were down. They're not down. They're actually up. And I actually used a website, trueachievements.com. It's a place where people go to hunt for achievements. And you can, like, connect with people to set up gaming sessions. And I actually put out an alert one day for a gaming session. And someone, like, responded right away. And I was like, what? Okay. And they, you know, we messaged, like, our gamer tags and stuff. And then we set up a time and date. And I helped him get the achievement. He helped me get the achievement. It was great. Oh, he was like a sort of wrestling fan, but you know, it was like, yeah, I've just always been keeping out for someone to like put an alert for this because no one ever plays this game anymore, and you can't just go on and find random people. Oh, for crying out loud, not this again. I feel the same, Sumio. No talk, just money. And what if I tell you to screw off? Then you die. But my uncle's the one with all the bread. All I have is a plate of beans. Uh-oh. It's all about handicap matches. This might be it. Enough screwing around. Either pull out your wallet or call your uncle over. Huh. You speak too well to just be some street thug. Doesn't matter who I am. This is about you and your uncle. What is that? Is that a phone ringing? Uncle. I reeled in a big haul, hook, line, and sinker. What's all the noise? Fork over everything you've got, otherwise your nephew's going back to Japan in a body bag. Money? Sure. I'll give you everything I got, 5 times over, if you can beat him in a match. How can you give me 5 times what you have? It's called an ATM card. Ever heard of one? And you're serious about this? I like how he's confused, but he's interested. Sure, why not? We can all go to the bank together. I'll fight. I'll get all the money. And if my nephew wins, then we'll do whatever you say. That doesn't seem like a fair trade. If we win, we get your money. If you win, I'll just do whatever you say, man. Anything. I'll do anything you say. You got yourself a deal, buddy. You just say, like, I'll give you my money. Just say that. Antonio Fernandez. That's who we're fighting. Another MMA fighter. Another fight started at a restaurant. Yo. I know I'm only halfway through this story mode, but I'm not crazy about it. This story mode is rough. This story mode makes no sense. I'm not interested at all. I don't feel like I'm getting a good sort of... Okay, here's the thing. Here's another kind of complaint now. If we're going to bring it back to the idea of this game, I'm not getting a good sense of this story mode isn't taking me through sort of like what kind of makes Fire Pro unique. Right? Like, I do think if you're gonna make a story mode for Fire Pro that's with fictional characters, throw in all different types of matches that you can throw in. He's traveling around the world, right? So not only is he fighting different wrestlers, fight wrestlers with different fighting styles. Perform different fighting styles yourself. Show everything that Fire Pro has to offer, that is this amalgam of all these different wrestling styles and techniques built into the game. You know, different match types. You know, I should have had a handicap match or a steel cage match, a barbed wire landmine death match. Show that stuff that's unique. Have this person be the seasoned traveling around the world character, not someone like, oh, we're gonna go, you know, his uncle's leading him on that he wants to train him to be a best wrestler in the world, but really he just wants to go eat around the world. He's a foodie at heart, but then he also wants to pick bar fights and restaurant fights. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. And like, I'm performing in front of everyone. There's a whole mechanic in this game. Look at these empty seats, because this is supposed to be a bar fight, and they're writing a storyline for bar fights for a wrestling game. There's a whole mechanic in this game, in Fire Pro, about percentages of your matches and attractions and stuff like that. And so far, all these storyline matches, ever since after the tournament, has gone downhill. And has nothing to do with the actual sort of mechanics of a pro wrestling game.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. I'm telling you, I haven't met a good wrestling game story mode I've liked. I love Fire Pro. I love Fire Pro, but I can't wait for this story mode to be over. I'm glad I got to see it. I'm glad I got to see it for myself, experience it for myself. You know, I try to avoid watching things online. I don't know if people have already made videos on this or not, or if there's been other Twitch streams, people playing it. I'm sure someone has to have, right? Someone has to have tried out the Fire Pro. I don't think I would do a like a let's play specifically for this. Honestly, I don't think this DLC is worth it. Maybe I'll write a review for the DLC, man. Can you do that? Can you write reviews on Steam specifically for the DLC? The only kind of saving grace for this DLC is if I can unlock these arenas. So we have an arena with no audience, okay? We have an arena with no audience, and then we have that big, really flashy arena that we got for the tournament. Someone already said that you don't get all the characters, which I think is lame. I think you should be able to get the characters. Use his own move against him. It was just a beatdown. I hope you unlock the background music. So, you know, I don't know if they added new... No, I don't think they added new parts or stuff. I think they were already using parts and stuff that were already in the game. There we go. Over. Matches go by really quick, too, because the difficulty's so low. I spend more time making fun of this story mode than I actually do playing it. Strong. Too strong. Are you really Japanese? One down, two to go. Oh, am I gonna have to fight them all? Oh my god. Talk about padding. I'm gonna have to fight them all. Just do a 3-on-1 handicap match. I'd rather do a 3-on-1 handicap match. What is this? This makes no flippin' sense. No flippin' sense. Sorry, I just had to check a notification. And again... See, this would have been a good point in the story if we are traveling the world. It's like... You know, you're going to this world, you're fighting different people with different fighting styles. This would have been a good point in the story. Like, okay, now we're going to go to Brazil. Brazil? What do I have to learn in Brazil? Brazil is home to some of the most legendary mixed martial artists of all time. People who have gotten records of being 100-0. I want you to go down there and I want you to learn some mixed martial arts from the best. And then you go to Brazil and then maybe you take a few, do a training match where you learn the mixed martial art style, right? And and then you perform in some mixed martial arts tournament. And that would be a good way to incorporate the fact that you have these different fighting styles in the game that you can play as and make wrestlers as. But also it would fit along with this narrative if he's like traveling around the world, trying to be a well-rounded wrestler, trying to be the best of the best. Glenn's playing the world title story right now, actually. That's interesting, Glenn. So, that narrative, if I remember correctly, you do start out creating your character. And you're basically, like, what? Working your way up the ranks of New Japan, right? BBG about to tap. Learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or something. Yeah. And you know what would be kind of cool, too, right? So, like, they give you this character. Saber. Great Saber. And again, the edit mode is like one of the biggest features of firepro. They give you Saber and you only have access to certain moves and stuff. But every time you visit a location, you learn a whole new set of moves. You learn a whole new set of moves like kind of from that region. If you go to Mexico, now all of a sudden you have all these lucha libre type moves. You go to Brazil, now you can fight as an MMA fighter. You can change your whole fighting style if you want. You go to the UK, now you learn some more catch wrestling moves and stuff like that. Oh my goodness. You know, if there was like a mod where you can create a firepro story mode, let me at it. I could do it. I could make one way better than this. Now I want to do that. I want to create a mod where you actually... Someone teach me how to do that. Because I know there are some mods that people have made for this game. I want to make a championship mode mod where you actually, like, do stuff.
1, 2.
Or face against a bootleg Gracie brother. Exactly, that would be cool. That would be cool. I mean, he kind of looks like he's trying to be a bootleg Gracie right now, this guy.
1, 2.
I don't like, and again, these are supposed to be pro wrestling matches, and I don't like that they're actually mixed martial arts style matches. You know, we got the countdowns keep coming up when I do certain moves. But then I could also win by pin and submission. It's like that mixed match move set, rule set, I should say. What's his finisher? Oh, I was gonna try to steal his finisher. FirePro World also got GM mode, aka the Fire Promoter. Yeah, I remember that, Glenn. And I played a bit of that on stream. Now, I don't know. Ooh, I like his finisher. His finisher was dope. I don't know if there's been any like mods or anything that people have changed it, because I remember when I first played it, there was a lot left to be desired. It's also very easily exploitable. It does have something I like a lot, which is something I've talked about, this idea of working your way up, right? Starting with a base company and then being able to build that base company to make a lot of money, to get sponsorship deals. That's really cool. But like, you can make money so easily, so fast. It's really not a lot of challenge in that mode. I think another thing that is kind of tough is importing your created wrestlers and making, like, let's say if you wanted to make an actual GM mode where you're using, you know, WWF wrestlers or AEW wrestlers and stuff like that. It's tough to really sort of create that in a way. Because, like, you know, there was some wrestlers I could hire for really cheap that are, in real life, are really popular. But for whatever reason, the way their edit is set up, you know, they actually have a cheaper price tag on them, as opposed to some wrestlers who have a high price tag, but they're not that high up on the card. You know what I mean? It'd be cool if you could establish some of those parameters. Again, I don't know if someone's done a mod. Let me know in the chat if anyone's done a mod on the Fire Promoter mode. Because I think that's something that could have gotten fleshed out a lot more. That Lit Cola, got that Lit Cola sponsorship. There was one sponsorship I got in like my first year where they were giving me like 800K. And it's like, why are you giving me 800K? I just started out. Okay, now I all of a sudden can rent out these venues and make tons of money. Like, it's crazy. Your thoughts on the AEW game? I'll definitely share my thoughts on the AEW game. But real quick, Dandelion says, yeah, that's what I would love to do. A promotion with guys from the past and present. Yeah, like setting like stuff up like that where you're just fantasy booking the whole time, and you know, what are you trying to attain? What's the goal? Is the end goal to sell out certain type of arena? Is it just a fantasy simulator to see how long you keep going? You know, like there has to be some sort of reward. There has to be some sort of reward for attaining that stuff, because once you can unlock the biggest venue, once you can unlock the most amount of seats and get the most amount of money, what is there to do, right? What is there to do? So I think that would be the trickiest thing in making like a management mode that has longevity. I don't play like a lot of other management games like that. Like I know there's like Football Manager and stuff like that, Baseball Manager, and I would be interested to see how they tackle that approach, because what happens when you do become the best? What's the incentive to keep playing and to keep going on? People retiring? People, you know, passing on? Now you gotta always be crafting new people? Is there a way to have your company ebb and flow, so there is like, oh, we're really popular these few years, but now we're not popular anymore? Are there events that happen that change that narrative? That would be interesting. I've seen a lot of people do crazy stuff with Movecraft, Glenn. Yeah, I want to start downloading some custom moves. How did I lose? Especially to someone from Japan. Japanese guys being weak is just an urban legend. Consider yourself enlightened. Can you create match cards in this? In the Fire Promoter mode, you can. But again, there's a lot of setup that goes into that Fire Promoter mode. In Fire Pro Wrestling Returns, you can like just do like match cards. You can just do like one-off match cards. I wish they had something like that in this game. I wish they had something like that, you know, because it was in Fire Pro Returns, and I want to say it was in another one of the Fire Pros. I can't remember which one. It wasn't in D. I don't think it was in G. It might have been in G. But in Returns and another one of the other Fire Pro games, you can just do like a one night only, like these are the matches I'm doing, right? But in this one, they incorporated that into an entire, you know, booking mode, you know, management GM mode, and that's where you go to create the match cards. But you know, Devlin, you ask about the AEW game. I mean, my stance on it is still pretty much my stance that I took on when I first released the video on it on my YouTube channel. You know, it's like I'm positive, like I want it to be good. You know, I'm hoping for the best, but like there's not a whole lot of information we can go on that's tangible to know for sure, like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a great game. I like the visual style. I like the direction they're going in. I know some people are kind of like, you know, back and forth on it. Honestly, I don't really obsess too much how a wrestling game looks, because I appreciate when games. I don't need ultra realism in my wrestling games. I appreciate it when they sometimes take artistic liberties or create a style that is easy to fit a lot of people in it. I think that's why Fire Pro works so well. You know, it goes for this sort of retro style. You know, I do wish it was more pixelated like back in the day, but that's just me. But you know, the fact that like you could literally make anyone in Fire Pro really lends itself to the art style that they chose. So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves with AEW. But gameplay wise, you know, I gotta get that controller in my hand, and I gotta see what it plays like, and that's gonna be the true test of that game. I hope it has a lot of features. I hope it has a good online mode. You know, I hope that you can play people pretty easily, team up with people. I hope there's a lot of like features to unlock. I love unlockables in games, especially wrestling games. So I hope there's like cool stuff to do. But you know, the bread and butter of that game is going to be playing with other people. The bread and butter of wrestling games is the creative wrestler mode and playing with other people. That's today's wrestling game. Those should be the two priorities. And for me, to make the gameplay aspect of it, the replayability aspect of playing with other people, you know, top, worthwhile, is gotta be fun. It's gotta be good to play. It's gotta feel good. I think that's why people still love the Aki N64 games, because not only could you just play them by yourself, but man, are they a blast to play with friends. And that's what I want. I want the gameplay to be good. I want it to be so good that not only am I going to enjoy picking it up and playing it with my friends, I'm going to enjoy playing it every day, play a few matches here and there. So that's going to be my hopes for that game. You know, they're working with Ukes, and a part of me is a bit hesitant that we'll see more of a Uke-style game. But I think the only thing that kind of helps counter that is the fact that the people trying to realize the vision of this game is someone like Kenny Omega, who is a huge fan of the Aki wrestling games, who in his press statement said that that's the games he's inspired by. He specifically said WWF No Mercy. He specifically said Virtual Pro Wrestling 2. So that's going to be interesting, you know. Having Ukes is great because you have a seasoned team that has made wrestling games in the past. They have engines that they can work with and build upon. But Virtual Wrestling 2 and No Mercy were name dropped in that press conference. That is what I'm going to be looking for. That is with me personally as a wrestling games fan. That's my favorite style of wrestling games, are the Aki N64 wrestling games. So if we get a hybrid of that, fine. I'm okay with that. But if there's nothing that I can look at that says the Aki engine, then I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm not crazy about this game. It could still be a fun game. I shouldn't like completely dismiss it if it doesn't have the Aki engine. But don't say these names of these games and don't incorporate stuff like that. So that's what I'm really gonna be looking for. Because if they didn't say it, then you can't say like, oh, I wish it's like Virtual Wrestling 2. It's like, well, they never said it was gonna be like Virtual Wrestling 2, but then they did say it. So it's like, all right, that's a high bar you're setting. So I hope you can hit that high bar, because if there's anything I would love, you know, in the wrestling games world space, is a modern wrestling game that has a lot of influence. It doesn't have to be exactly like the Aki games, but a lot of influence from the Aki games. I would love that. And if the AEW game achieves that, perfect. If it doesn't, I still hope it's a good game. I hope it's not a bad game. And I hope they take their time with it. Freem says, core gameplay matters most in my opinion when it comes to wrestling game. Yeah, it does. I think core gameplay for me matters most as well. I think that the second thing that matters most to me is create a wrestler, not necessarily for myself. Like I make a lot of creative wrestlers in the Aki games and stuff like that, but I don't consider myself like a huge like create a wrestler suite across all different types of wrestling games, right? But I love seeing that, because I know a lot of people will do great stuff with it, and it'll mean this game will have longevity. Because if the gameplay is really good and people could make endless content for the game, then you have a wrestling game that you can be constantly updating, constantly coming back to, constantly playing with what's going on in modern wrestling. I haven't done much of it yet in FirePro, but like there's so much stuff I can put in this game right now to reflect what's going on today with AEW, New Japan, Ring of Honor, WWE, Stardom, you know, Lucha Libre, all this stuff. But then I could also like have stuff from like the Attitude Era, have stuff from the Territory days. You're gonna have all this stuff in there, and it's less like. And to me, I like the firepro gameplay, so it's always fun to come back to and to revisit that stuff. So when I see a great edit mode in a game, I mean, people are still making fantastic edits for WWE 2K19. You know, that scene is still thriving, and it's amazing to see people make edits for those wrestlers. Am I picking up and playing 2K19? I'm not, because I'm not crazy about the gameplay. I gave it a very fair chance, and I played a lot of it, but I'd rather play firepro. I'd rather play the Aki games. You know, those are my two go-to when it comes to wrestling games. Do you think the AEW game will be very microtransactions heavy like Battlegrounds? I hope not. It all depends on the publisher. It all depends on who's publishing the game. I feel like that influence is more influential from the publisher rather than the development team. There are development teams who are microtransaction heavy because they feel like that's their way to survive in a certain space. I hope they don't go in that direction with the AEW game. I don't think they need to. I think you can sell an AEW game based off of the merit of the gameplay and it being fun to play. If you do want to monetize this game, I don't really think that... Here's the thing. I don't think there's a need to, because I disagree with a lot of the monetization that happens in a lot of sports games, because you're expected to buy a sports game every year so that you get roster updates, so you get team changes or whatever. Why do I have to pump extra money into a game if that experience is only supposed to last me a year? And if you think about a wrestling game, wrestling games should be kind of cyclical. Do I want an AEW game every year? I don't. But every few years, for like updated rosters, updated mechanics, updated moves, if you're not allowing that to already be put in for free, right? Or as paid for updates, then, you know, that would be in the new game. So I could see like character packs being DLC. Because if they get a new wrestler, if they sign a new wrestler, you know, if the AEW game comes out, like let's say the AEW game came out today, right? And then all of a sudden Bray Wyatt shows up in AEW a month from now. I want Bray Wyatt in the game. Are people going to make Bray Wyatt in the creation suite? Yeah, sure. But being able to have like a real Bray Wyatt that's in the game, that's made like his actual scan phase, or maybe they have moves that weren't in the game that Bray Wyatt does, or his entrance and stuff like that. Being able to have an official version as DLC, I can see that. I can see that being down the line. But like, if we're gonna start getting microtransactions for like all these different outfits or moves or stuff, I think all that stuff should be free. I hope it's not transaction heavy. I think the reason why Battlegrounds was so microtransaction heavy is because 2K is a fucking, excuse my language, abuser of that stuff in all their games, and that's their publisher. And every single game they try to milk the microtransactions, and that's why the WWE games became what they were. But it also, you look at all the games that 2K published, every single game has intense microtransactions, and I think it's awful. I think it's awful. I don't really do a lot of microtransactions in video games, if any at all. I do DLC for certain things. You know, firepro has DLC, but I always wait till they go on sale usually. But like cosmetic stuff, cosmetic microtransactions, I avoid like the plague. I do not follow it. That explains what you're playing right now, yeah. Will 2K22 have an engine for their sake? I hope so, because the last one was broken. So I've heard. I haven't played it. A man of his word. I like that. Let's see. What could you possibly do to us? I got an idea. Can I go for it, Uncle? Whatever. It was your fight. Are they going to form a stable? Stop living the life of a thief. Use the money you've stolen to start a gym to teach martial arts to the local kids. You'll teach classes to women and children for free. How's that? You can give back to society after taking so much. I can't break a promise. From this day forward, I'll change my life for the better. This is your one chance to get out of this rut and put your life of crime behind you. I want to see you become champ. Once you're a big name, we'll send our kids to challenge you. Whoa, buddy, don't get ahead of yourself. One step at a time. But you know what? I like the sound of that. I'll be watching out for your students. Thank you. Almighty Japanese wrestler. This is such a stupid scene. Oh, 2K2 is going to be on the PS4 as well as like PS5 and stuff. I mean, that makes sense because it probably was already in development for the PS4. That's not how it works. Tag team. We're 60% through and we're finally going to do a tag team. Billy, you take it from here. I toughened him up, so don't worry about bringing him on accident. Billy the South. It's been a while, Combat King Saber. I've been knocked out by your suplex too many times. Who do you think Billy the South is? Billy's body press hits like a train. That tub of lard could bounce bullets off his gut. Got that, Sumio? From here on, Billy's your teacher. I'm ready for anything. Billy. Billy the South. I'm sure we'll get along just fine. Oh yeah, let me introduce my son, Sammy. Sammy the South. Oh, it is Sammy the South. I was just gonna say Sammy the South because he was Billy the South and he's actually called Sammy the South. Should be Sammy the Southwest. Sammy the South by South. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sumio. Likewise, Sammy. Oh, well, this sure is interesting. You all might become good rivals. Possibly. I thought they were going to team up. 66%. And we're just now going to do a tag team match? Oh my goodness. Oh, we're eating. A tag team bar fight. You say you've never been to Japan. Why is he holding 2 burgers? Yo, finish your first burger before you eat your second one. Who does that? Who does that? All right, first of all, I ordered 2 burgers, all right? Because I'm gluttonous. And it's like, oh man, I'm going to... That first burger. Oh, so good. Sammy the South is looking at him like, why is he holding 2 burgers? And he's like cautious. Look at his eyes. He's like, I don't know about this burger. I don't know. Ooh, yeah, this burger. I don't know. Yo, this makes no sense. Akira Mita? You think Akira Mita is Sammy the South? Or Billy the South? No, but one day I'd like to set foot on the land of my ancestors. Wait, he grew up in Japan. That doesn't make sense. Hey, Sumio, how about a friendly wager? Let's see who wins a championship title first. What are we betting on? Come on, man. You and I both know that girl over there. What? Alice? The girl from the burger joint? Mm-hmm. The first one to become champ earns the right to ask out Alice. Okay, but does Alice have a say in this bet? Hey, I can't get on board with this, but you do you. You sure? You don't care if I ask Alice out? That's not what I said. Alright then, easy peasy. All I gotta do is snag a belt before you, right? Over my dead body, you son of a bitch. So this is where you bums are screwing around? I got a proposition for the 2 of you. What's up, Pops? You're all worked up. That's because I had to spend half the day looking for you. Come on, time is of the essence. Is it a wrestling match? Bingo. A championship match. You 2 versus the Freedom Flies. For real? The Freedom Flies? So it's a tag team match? Yo, he just said that. Are you paying attention? Saba? Come on. He said I got a tag team match against the Freedom Flies. Oh, the Freedom Flies. So it's a tag team championship. We're really going off the rails now. Their opponents was supposed to come in from Mexico, but got stopped at the border, which happens. That's a real thing that happens in pro wrestling. So we need a replacement. And what better chance for a new tag team to make their star-studded debut? Me and Sumio teaming up, huh? Sammy, what do you think? Ain't a bad idea. Let's do it, Sumio. Then it's decided. This is the start of something beautiful. We need a team name. Any ideas? No, got nothing off the top of my head. Today's your lucky day. I've already thought of a name. Get this. The Vanishing. Badass, right? The Vanishing? Cool. Makes us sound like superheroes or something. Our movements are so quick and uncanny, it's like we vanish in front of the opponent's eyes. Nice choice, Pops. Watch out, world. Here it comes. The Vanishing. I actually don't think The Vanishing is a great tag team name. But what do I know? Sumiya Saba and Sammy the South formed a tag team. Sumio as Blade Saber, Sammy as Notorious. Wait. What? Wasn't Notorious the champion that we had to go fight? Hold up. They painted their faces and prepared for war. These mysterious brothers in paint were ready to light a fire under hardcore southern audiences. Time out. Time out. Question, chat. You've been following along with me. What? Check the tapes. Wasn't Notorious the world champion in WWWW? Now I'm teaming with Notorious? Something's not up. This is it, man. I'm literally shaking here. It's go time. Let's show them how the soul of an elephant pit trained warrior fights. What do you mean elephant pit? What's the elephant pit? The crowd isn't ready for a hyper high-speed wrestling. We'll catch the Freedom Flies in a death loop. Their belt is as good as ours. The legend of the Vanishing starts here. Let's go. Aibo. It's our time to shine, buddy. You bastard! Sha? He just screams, you bastard. That's his catchphrase. You bastard! Oh, now we're all painted up. So keep in mind, when we first started, we already had like a special outfit. I kind of like the look of the Freedom Flies. They look kind of cool. Are we getting entrances? Look at that! A bona fide pro wrestling match. Oh my goodness. How long has it been? It's only been the entire story mode. Elephant Pit must be like their version of the Heart Dungeon. Exactly! Like, it's already establishing that, like, oh, we're from the Elephant Pit. Okay, but you never said you were in the Elephant Pit. Is that where... Whose is the Elephant Pit? Is that your uncle's? Does he have the Elephant Pit? Is that where you've been training all this time? Or is it Sammy the South's place? Or Billy the South? Is it Billy the South's place is the Elephant Pit? Is that where you are right now in Texas? They're just throwing it out there. It's like, oh, let's show them what the Elephant Pit is made out of. The story mode has holes. I don't know if you can tell by my feelings towards it. I'm trying to be positive. I really am. Oh, have they always been holding those signs in the audience? Pump Up. Road of King. It's cool. Look, I think he has the moves from what we had in the beginning. It sounds like it. Yeah, he's got the Shining Wizard. Rapid Dragon Screw. Dragon Suplex. High Angle Neck Drop. So it seems like he has some of the moves from earlier. This story's all over the place. I feel like this story was written in parts across several months, and whoever wrote it, if it's Suda who actually wrote it, like he wrote like the beginning of it, and then he like took a break for like 6 months, and then he came back to it, but he didn't review his notes. He didn't reread what he wrote before. He's like, You know what? I'm gonna go off my memory. I really don't quite remember what I wrote. I've been working on so many things. I've seen so much stuff, and I don't want to bother rereading everything. So I'm just gonna continue on. I feel like that's how this story was created. Wait, to be honest, the beginning takes place after Rookie Days, but now you're on where it is the Rookie Days. Exactly. Like the timeline makes no sense because the game starts out. Oh, it's like this is your first match. You have a first match. You have a couple of matches. You go into a tournament, and then it's like, oh, you're a rookie kid. You have a lot to learn. Let me show you the ropes, and then you start training with your uncle. You get into a bunch of bar fights, and now you form a tag team to make your name in the world. Like, I've already won a major worldwide tournament. This makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. I do like how they're drawn. So the way he's drawn, though, is very reminiscent to, I think, one of the older FirePro models, which again is supposed to be based on like the look of his dad. So that's why they look the way they look. At least that's the idea of the premise. This guy looks like, who does he look like? Who's he reminding me of? The one we're facing in the ring. It reminds me of someone. Boom! Drop kick to the back of the head. Uh-oh. I'm gonna counter it. I'm gonna go outside.
1, 2, 3.
Oh! I accidentally picked up a chair. Also, is that a woman ring announcer? Is that new? When did they add that? That's cool. Can you change the voice of the ring announcer? Bam! No, he's gonna try to tag! I was trying to stop him before he tagged. Let me tag out then. Alright, let's see what... Oh, I can't control him? Oh, that sucks. Notorious is being played by the computer. The Butcher from AEW. What's up, Real Alpha Drum? I do have your music in here. I was showing it off at the beginning of the stream. Tag me. Tag me. How can you call for the tag? Can you call for the tag in this one? Tag me. Tag me. Tag me. Tag me. Oh, now I'm going to have to wait. I thought I can control Notorious. Okay, so I guess that's giving away the ending of this story mode, or at least what's going to happen soon. You're going to face Notorious because they said it. They were like, hey, I'm going to America because I'm going to face the top star who's Notorious. He's the WWE champion. You can call for a tag, but I forget. Oh, it is triangle. Good looking, Lariato. Gotta break the tag. Gotta break the pinfall. Yeah, Real Alpha Drum. I'll show you. I'll be sure to maybe show some of the music in a bit again. We're going through the story mode. I did want to try to finish the story mode today. It is rough. Not that it's hard. Not that it's difficult to complete. I'm just not invested in it, man. It's just not good. It's not good. And I can't change the background, unfortunately. I can't change the background music of these story mode matches, which is interesting. They do have like new background music though for some of these story matches, which is cool. Again, I hope you unlock it when all is said and done. Bam! Nice dragon suplex. 2.9. Notorious didn't come out. Notorious was like, I'm just gonna stay in here. Does the music work okay for you? The music works great. I've had no issues with it. It sounds great. I think you. I like the audio levels you chose. I did message you on Discord. I don't know if you saw it. The audio settings is like perfect because when I load it in, it's like at the exact same volume level as the regular game music. And I have a few other tracks that I tried to, that I ripped from FirePro D that I put it on the PS4 version, and they're much louder than the regular music for the game, and also like your version of the files. So I would just like, I kind of want to know what program you used and what your audio settings were for them, because I like the balance. So yo, is Notorious just not gonna help me at all? Is this foreshadowing? Is this planting the seeds because he's gonna turn on me? Because he is not making an effort to get in here and help me out. Damn, take that. Oh, he countered it. But yeah, I liked it a lot. Really cool. I already named, I organized them and named them and put them in there. That's a 3. Oh, false finish. Oh. The counter moves when they're like not a grapple, sometimes I never get the timing down. What's he got? What's he got? He got no submissions. Boston Crab. We're gonna beat him like the young lion we were. But yeah, I really appreciate the music files. I was talking too earlier about how like I want to create like a background music pack. I don't know if anyone's already created that, and if so, if they put it anywhere specifically for like this game. But I think I want to create like a Steam guide where I create like a background music pack. And it's basically, and the guide is basically like, here's where you can go to download this background music pack, and here are all the tracks it has. Because I do want to download like all the FirePro music from all the other games and have it all in here. And maybe start with that, and then like work my way to like having background music from like, I want to have all the background songs from all the Aki N64 games. And that's pretty much it. Like, I can't think of other wrestling games where I have a strong affinity with the background music. It's mainly the FirePro games and the Aki games. So create a file, create a few links, like do a guide where I just do that stuff. Because the music already loops on its own, right? Like, what was the reasoning, Real Alpha Drum, for creating them to be 30 minutes? Because don't they just loop in the game? Like, you could just create it, like someone had mentioned, or Dawnbreaker came in earlier and mentioned how like you could have just created a fade in, fade out loop on the track, or maybe probably a fade out loop on the track, and then because it'll automatically loop in the game. So that makes us the tag champs. Yeah, baby. You bastard! That's his catchphrase. He just screams, and then Shah. Why? Why are these their catchphrases? Would you buy a shirt that just said Shah on it if that was your favorite wrestler's catchphrase? Samio, we did it, man. This is where it all begins, Sammy. I can see our future laid out before us. This is the road to tag team superstardom. Then let's kick ass. Anyone who stands in our way is as good as dead. How many tag team matches do you think they're actually going to make me wrestle? Because we're like 60-something% of this story mode. We're like almost done. That's the spirit, boys. Champions are made with that sort of attitude. Tonight was the best, and it's only going to get better. Come on. The stakes are on me tonight. Hopefully we won't run into any bar fights. Oh, this is a fancy restaurant. Oh, look at this. I'm jealous. Sometimes the loop points aren't clean. I didn't loop them in game because of crowd noise and the fight sound effect. I wanted it as clean as possible. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So how did you go about recording them? Did you like rip them from the game, or did you take the files and then loop the files themselves to create a 30-minute loop, a 30-minute song? Cheers to the best damn tag team in the business. And what did you use? Did you use like Audacity, or did you use something else? Cheers, cheers, cheers. Tonight was incredible. You guys got the chemistry. You guys got the moves, and now you got the stakes. You could conquer the world. There was something there for sure. Is this what it means to be in sync? I swear, at certain points in the match, it was like I could see through your eyes. Uh-oh, he's hitting on him again. Kindred spirits have a way of resonating. That's what it takes to be the ultimate tag team. Oh, he's playing it off. He's playing it off. He doesn't want to like. He knows what Samuel's trying to say, but he's like, listen, my dad's here. Like, chill. Let's wait till my dad leaves. Then we can talk. You two are, and then the dad's like, oh, you guys really seem to like each other a lot, huh? You two are really high on yourselves, huh? Ride that wave, but be prepared for it to crash back down. What happened to Samuel's friend in the beginning? I hope he comes back. They had a little bit of a love connection. I wanted to see that go somewhere. They were like, our bodies, our mind, our spirits are one. I was like, alright, something's gonna happen. And then, you know, he just started picking bar fights around the world. The road ahead is hell, but you'll walk it together. Everything you need to learn about wrestling, you'll learn as a team. So we should get out there and train. Only one way down the road to hell. In a convertible with the top down. You boys are going on a cross-country road trip. It's all fun and... Wait. That was Sammy the South saying that. You boys? Is he talking about himself? Shouldn't Billy the South be saying it? I think that was a little bit of a technical error. WNW Tag Team. ASSA Tag Team. ASSA. Alright, chat. What's ASSA? ASSA Wrestling. Teddy Long is booking you, player. Holla, holla, holla. It's easier than it appears. In Adobe After Effects, there's a looping function that you can fine-tune to loop a song automatically. I did it with Donkey Kong Country, GoldenEye 2. I didn't tediously cut and paste one by one. I'm OCD, but not that OCD. Ooh, okay, so you use Adobe After Effects. Nice. ASSA. What kind of wrestling you watch? Oh, my favorite company right now? ASSA. ASSA, yeah, all Sticks and Stones Association, all shoots and all suplexes, all Suplex Slam Association. I don't know. I don't got anything. ASSA. What's ASSA? Take the crowns of all three tag teams. Like, WNW is, you know, world... No, not can't say world and national. Wrestling, national... Wrestling. No. Wrestling. National Wrestling. NW. So, NW... Wicked National Wrestling. Okay, I could see that. Wicked National Wrestling. That's kind of lame, though. Wicked... But like something like that. So WNW, you know, WWW, you know, World Wide Web, World Wrestling, as we established. You got it, Pops. Those belts are as good as ours. Yeah, no sweat. Nice. You're both on board. You can hit all the local promotions along the way. They each got their own style, flavor, and something to teach. So we're going to pull a pro wrestling Cannonball run, huh? Yo, how has he seen Cannonball run? Let's hit the road, Aibo. Time to bring the plane, buddy. You two make one damn fine team. So are we going to have to wrestle 3 different tag team championship matches? Is that what we're being established? Or are we just going to learn about it in backstory? The Vanishing became the tag team kings of the South and were poised to expand their empire. They rode like demons through Atlanta, where they prescribed a loss to bad medicine. Oh, get it? To take the WNW championship title. Why am I not playing these matches? Next, they rolled into Minneapolis to tame the English Dobermans for the Asa belt. Their exploits garnered the attention of the Ultra Mega New York promotion, WWWWW. The Vanishing were poised to burst onto the mainstream pro wrestling scene. See, why am I not... Yo! They made me do all these stupid barroom steak restaurant wrestling matches. But they don't actually let me wrestle for these like other tag team championships around the country. Academy South Shoot Action. Oh, I like that one. All Southern Style Association. That's a good one too. Something bugging you, Samio? Look at that car. I don't know. Why don't you tell me? It's Pops. I can't leave him behind for New York. Oh, grow a pair and make a decision. You know Billy wants you to go. I wonder. You think so? I know so. It's a relief knowing you got my back. Where's your head at, man? You know I got other stuff on my plate right now. I ain't going to New York. We've been coast to coast. What could you possibly have left to do? In Japan? Plenty. I want to see what my father saw. I want to experience Japanese pro wrestling firsthand. Yo, you were already there. You wrestled in Japan. Are we forgetting how this story mode opened? I need Japanese pro wrestling and my father's legacy to keep me grounded in New York. Then why did you leave? Samio, you got a weird way of looking at the world, but that's what I like about you. I need to challenge someone way beyond my level. Would it be cool if I fought your dad? No way I could battle Pops. Sure, do your thing, but promise me, what? You won't kill him. You gotta win. I want to see you beat Billy the South. You got it. The Ass Association. Just call it what it is. Ass Association. Billy Gunn, the booker. Maybe Billy the South is supposed to be Billy Gunn. I mean, I can kind of see it a little bit. You've grown, Samio. I don't just mean physically. Your heart's grown 2 sizes since we last met. But you still got a ways to go. Billy the South is going to take you to school. Don't forget my patented secret of strength. Eat meat, drink wine, repeat. That's a nice t-shirt. Chow down on a nice fat steak. The redder the better. When you see Texas on a map, I want you to start salivating for a juicy ribeye. What is happening? Billy, stop before you make me hungry. I've come for the title. I actually like that line. Stop before you make me hungry. I want to fight you. Stop talking about food. Why is he fighting his dad? I don't quite get it. What's the whole point of this? Why didn't I just not do tag team championship matches? Why am I fighting Billy the South? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why did he leave Japan? And then now he's like, I don't want to go to New York. I want to go back to Japan. Makes no sense. Because earlier, in the text, they were talking about like, I gotta go to New York. I gotta make a name for myself. Someone forgot what they wrote. I'm telling you, Suda was writing this. He stopped writing. He came back to it after 9 months. And he didn't want to reread it. And he just kept writing. Let me see, do they have signs? They don't have signs. I think those signs were new. I don't remember those signs before. Billy Gunn, the one. Ass Association. Oh my goodness. Asa. Oh, he ducked it. Oh, the eye rake. Why did they give him an eye rake if he's supposed to be a baby face? That seems weird. Don't you think? Yeah, I really do think. Bam! Ooh, I like the elbow drop. Oh, he countered me there. I do have to say, Billy the South doesn't look too much like older. That would be, you know, they should have like maybe peppered his hair a little bit. Can you do that? Can you make like a pepperish kind of hair? Like, or can you put like some sort of like gray streaks? If he's supposed to be like an older type wrestler, because he looks kind of younger. Like, and also like, what is he fighting me in? He's just fighting me in like short shorts? So this is a televised match. We're fighting in front of a crowd. I mean, maybe it's not televised, but, you know, we're fighting in front of a crowd. Is this what Billy the South always wore? Just wrestling boots and a short short? You can do grayish. Real Alpha says. Up, up. Bam! Such impact on that Hurricanrana, man. Really spikes the head. It's the one thing I'll always love about the Fire Pro games is the wrestling animations. Boom! Take that with the rib breaker. So, has anyone been keeping up with the G1? We're wrapping it up soon, right? Seems like Okada's gonna win. He's gotta beat Cobb. It seems like they made him lose to Tama so that like beating Cobb was a must-win. Another critical. Let's go. Done. I killed his dad. I literally killed Billy the South. Oh, that was the extra bell ringing. I always forget how strong the Japanese are. I should have learned my lesson back then. You faced a Japanese wrestler before? Kotaro Kuron. He went on to become a top wrestler in Japan. At the time, he was fresh out of the indie scene and still rough around the edges. I toughed him up with some stakes. That's his lover. That's Seiba's lover. That's what we were talking about just now. As a reward, I booked him a title match against me. And what do you know? The kid knocked me cold with a barrage of tombstone and pile drivers. He became our first Japanese champ. So that means I'm the second? Yep. Man, Kuron knew how to work a match. But Sumio, don't compare yourself to him. I've beat him before. What is this? Why is he getting upset? You gotta stay true to yourself. Billy, thank you so much for everything. When you reach Japan, tear into them like you'd a juicy steak. Tear into them like you'd a juicy steak. That could have been written a little bit better. You got it. Someday you and Sammy, Notorious, will battle for supremacy. A fight to decide the champion among champions. If it's against Sammy, I know it'll be an epic match. Well, you better catch your flight, kiddo. Remember, you always got a home in Texas. Billy. What? What? You just Billy ... Damn, that revenge plot. Yeah, Evil lost. Evil can't clinch it. I think it's gonna be Okada against who's at the top of the other block, Ibushi, or maybe Zack Sabre Jr. I think it might be Okada against Zack Sabre Jr. for the finals. Texas has the best steaks. You can't argue that. Sure. But those hamburgers we had the other day we met, those were killer. Fair enough. Wonder how they cook them in New York. I'll let you know once I'm the champion there. You're already the champion there. It was already told to us. I know how this is going to end. He's going to face Sammy for the WWW title. And that's how it's going to end. That's my guess. But it was already kind of like, this is weird. I'll let you know once I'm the champion there. Speaking of, looks like I lost our bet. You got a belt before me. How about this? The one who takes the championship gets to propose to Alice? Spoken like a true gentleman. I'll drink to that. What does Alice have to say about this, guys? Guys. Alice needs to be privy to this bet. You can't just propose to her. Are you both dating her? So, Is she just gonna say yes to one of you? Why? Billy the 6 feet under. Cheers to you. And I like that one. Cheers to you and a new life in the Big Apple. You get to Japan, I'll jet to New York. We'll cross paths again. You bastard! Shaw! Everyone else is like looking at them like, what is their deal? Oh, here we go. United by a common dream, the two took to the sky like mythic beasts in flight. That's it. That's it. That's the blurb. Yo, we are 75% of the way through. I have about a half hour. Can I get through the last 25%? New York dawning several years after Sumio and Sammy parted ways? What's going on? Kyoko Seba, my dear sweet Morio. Sumio's climbing into the... Oh, now we're finally getting into the dad stuff. Oh my god. Sumio's climbing into the ring just like you did. I pray he doesn't meet the same fate. Please, don't let anything happen to our child. I've dreaded this day. He's been led to the ring as if by fate. My brother raised him in the ring like his own child is all he could do to cope with your death. Yeah, we didn't get any of this emotional stuff earlier, and it's something I wanted to see more. Why wasn't Sumio talking about this stuff? Why wasn't this part of the journey? Why was it a bunch of just bar fights and like talking about stakes? Now, years later, we're skipping a whole bunch of interesting stuff. I would have much rather have been playing Saba's actual rise to the top. We skipped like important beats, I think, in his pro wrestling history to do a lot of matches that didn't make sense. Tanahashi versus your favorite wrestler. Oh my god. Then Alice comes out saying she got proposed by someone else. I'm sorry guys, you're a little late. These two other guys made a bet, and you know, they finished their bet much faster than you did, so one of them already proposed to me and I said yes, because that's all I'm here for. I'm only here to say yes to people who make bets. Why are men such... Because that's how it works in the real world, right? Why are men such fools? Sumio could have had a stable job with a shady IT firm. What gave him such tunnel vision? Is that what she wanted for her son? To have a stable job with a shady IT firm? Don't become a pro wrestler. What about that shady IT firm you work for? Don't you want to climb the ranks there? But now that I think about it, a life of pushing paper, not creating anything real, maybe he'll be happier this way. It's better than working as a charlatan for the IT firms. Yo, someone's got an issue with some IT firms. Please, Morio. Please be his shining light at the end of the tunnel. One of the writers has an axe to grind with an IT firm. Oh, look. This is it, folks. The championship match of the century. WWWWW champion Notorious versus our very own Blade Saber. Oh, we're already just jumping into it. You and Jacobs. Kill, rip, maim, tear. Kill, rip, maim, tear. Kill, rip, maim, tear. Who's that? Is that Conor McGregor? Sumio. So you showed up. Wait, what was that about? Sorry to keep you waiting. It wasn't easy getting here, Sammy. Ah! Sumio? It's chaos in the ring. Looks like current GFC champ. GFC, that's a real fed. You and Jacobs has a problem with Blade Saber. This is it. Sumio in an office chair. Wait, really? Maim? Kill, rip, maim, tear. What a fucking typo. Wait a minute. Is it? It is a typo. You're right. I didn't pick up on that. Because apparently I didn't realize that was a typo. Because maim, M-A-M-E, is not maim like to like I'm going to rip someone's heart out, right? Oh, shoot. I didn't even pick up on that. They wanted MAIM. They wanted MAIM. But I read it as it sounded because of like MAIM, like the ROMs I play. Oh, wow. I didn't even pick up on that. Wow. So I can't spell, apparently. But I read it. Rip ROMs playing MAIM. I don't believe it. He knocked out Blade Saber with a sucker punch to the face. Saber's out cold. The crowd has erupted into a pandemonium. They're carrying Saber out of the ring. Notorious and Ewan Jacobs are now going at it. Ewan's grabbed the mic. Ewan? Listen up. Your champ is garbage. You seriously think a wrestler can take an MMA fighter? Save yourself the embarrassment. Don't answer that. I'm challenging Saber for his title. Shut your damn mouth, punk. This ring is sacred. You haven't earned the right to fight in it. Where's Saber? He fled like a wimp. You want to see what a real fight looks like? Then keep your eyes on the GFC. MMA is fighting entertainment in hyperdrive. The god of entertainment kneels to kiss my feet. Wow. So, apparently Ewan hasn't done his research because this whole story mode I've been competing in nothing but MMA fights as a pro wrestler. The road stretches into silent darkness. It leads me toward a bottomless bog. I'm finished. My career's over. Our sacred battle and promise unfulfilled. July Eagle warned me of the beasts. They did me in. This is the end. Yo, you just got sucker punched, dude. It's not a big deal. I'm still alive? So someone brought me to the hospital. That nightmare. It was real. I really am finished. Game over, man. What a bad look. Blade Saber, you're supposed to be stronger than some juiced up guy's punch. My own arrogance blinded me to Ewan's attack. And after I said I'd take anyone, anytime, anywhere, I'm a joke. I can't face my uncle or Flaming Musashi. I'm no pro wrestler. I'm just a self-indulgent joke of a man. That's what those 4 ha's are. It's written like ha 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 ha, but it's like I'm such a joke. You know, it's the sadness. The breeze feels nice. It's a good day to die. What? I'm sorry, Sammy. My run regret. Yo, all you did was just get sucker punched in a not wrestling angle, and he's like depressed now? This makes no sense. I'm sorry, Sammy. My one regret is breaking my promise to you. Yo, if Sting got depressed every single time he got jumped from behind, we wouldn't be here. I gave my life to pro wrestling. Time to wrap it up. Sha? What is he talking about? Father? Now is not your time. Was he trying to throw himself off the building? What? What is going on? I'm missing stuff. Of course the theater kid would know. Now is not your time. Live on. Fight. Hear the words of your father. This is like Lion King right now. So, okay. He got sucker punched in a shoot. Some other guy. He's faced MMA guys his whole career. I won a tournament. He won a tournament where all he did was beat MMA people. And then he's like, well, good or not. I got sneak attacked. I should just throw myself off a building now. Come on. This is awful. Ricky Dozan type stance. You're right. I have some things to take care of before I can check out. This ain't the end. It's a new beginning. You and Jacobs, next time, it's payback with interest. That's what I used to tell my dad when he used to borrow money from me. Surreal, what the hell are you doing? No. Please tell me it's not what it looks like. Don't worry. I'm not gonna off myself. Dad stopped me. Said it wasn't my time. Wario said that? Uncle, mark my words. We're just gonna gloss over the fact that yeah, don't worry, I was suicidal, but I spoke to my dad, who did kill himself, and he said, nah, don't do it. Trust me, I should know. And the uncle's like, wow, I'm glad Mario said that. I'm glad he visited you. Is every one of us in this story? Yo, this story is just not well written, man. They don't know what they're going with this. Uncle, mark my words. I'll put you in into early. Yo, like, once you become a pro wrestler, like, I'm sure in the beginning when you're trying to be a pro wrestler, it's tough and it's difficult. But like, I'm supposed to imagine this guy's like 15 years in or whatever, and taking a physical hit to the head, and now he's like, oh, I'm just not tough enough. Dude, you've been wrestling all this time. How do you still doubt that you're physically not tough? It doesn't make any sense. I'll book the match. You bring the pain. Don't let his punk get in the way of the long road ahead. I don't know who actually wrote this story. Oh, look, Stargram, fake book, wrestling news. I like that. I like this stuff. That's kind of cool. The fake Stargram. I like that. Subio announces he is joining GFC, Japan Wrestling News. Follow them. He's not following them on Twitter, by the way. You're reading it from Japan Wrestling News. Whoever's pulling it up is reading it from Japan Wrestling News, but they're not following them. They should follow them. Hit that follow button. Got 7 notifications. Check out those notifications. I'm just gonna assume he got a bad concussion and probably couldn't fight for a minute. He just all of a sudden had amnesia, like, oh, I've forgotten my whole journey here, and that MMA tournament that I took part of, that I knocked people out in. Attaboy, if you want to fight, we'll give him one. You sure know how to stir up trouble, kid. My blood's boiling. I'm gonna dismantle that SOB. Attaboy, take the bum down. It should have just jumped right into this. We didn't have to go through this whole thing where he was laid up in the hospital and then he wanted to jump off of a roof and then his dad visited him. And now I'm fighting someone else? That was a different name. Blade Sabre is fighting in the GFC. This is an unexpected turnaround following the sucker punch scandal. Ooh, he got sucker punched. Ooh. He's blazing a path through this 12-sided jungle on the hunt for Ewan Jacobs. Sabre's signed with the GFC for 2 fights. If he wins them both, he'll have the option for a grudge match with Ewan Jacobs. I swear to Jeebus, if they make me do these 2 fights, these 2 MMA fights, which you know they're going to be MMA fights because 90% of the story mode so far, even though it's a wrestler's journey, has been MMA fights, and they didn't make me do those 2 tag team championship matches, and I only got to do the 1 tag team match, or actually it should have been 3 tag team championship matches because I only did the 1, and then there was 3 other belts I had to go after. But they're going to make me do more MMA stuff? That's how I feel about this. That's how I feel about this story mode. I'm gonna write a review for this story mode on Steam. Can you write review just for DLC stuff? You can, right? Nobody forced him down this difficult path, and now he's in unknown territory. His first opponent, Masaomi Kinugawa, has also faced Sabre's father, legendary wrestler Morio Sumiso. Kunigawa is a genius grappler. Does Blade Sabre stand a chance? We're about to find out. Look at this guy. What? A pro wrestler? Talk about an easy payday. What do you want me to say? You can already imagine the outcome. BAM! 1-hit KO. I feel bad for the people paying to watch this. Go ahead, take a bathroom break. It'll be over before you flush. Thick Rick instead of Slim Jim. Thick Rick! Let's go. Instead of Slim Jim, their brand is of beef jerky, I assume, is called Thick Rick. What did I press? I pressed something. Options. Oh, I didn't know that comes up. Look at that. How tall is he? He's supposed to be 6'3". He was born in 1993. Oh my goodness. 1993. So how old would he be right now? 2003, 2013. So that's 20 years. We're in 2021. So 8 years. So he's 28. Genius my ass. The only thing he's good at is trash talk. Let's use that to our advantage. How so? Ah, you know, strategize, do the thing. Yo, you've been wrestling for like 10 years, my dude. You fought other MMA fighters. I'm over this story mode. Do I have to do all the thinking here? I don't know. Break through the red zone. Whatever. What does that even mean? I don't know what you mean, Uncle. I haven't been in this position before. Georgia Fried Chicken. Is that what GFC means? Yo, and now they're making me fight. This is what the MMA... I'm over it. I'm over this story mode. Is this a new Octagon ring? Or is this what the Octagon always looked like? Forgive me because I rarely ever play the Octagon matches. It looks different to me though. Am I mistaken in that? The uncle got that Chono facial hair. That's funny. Again, if we were truly traveling around the world and learning the craft, I wouldn't have mind doing some MMA matches in like an MMA context. But all those MMA fights were under a pro wrestling contest, just using MMA moves. And now I'm like, this has been an MMA mode. This hasn't been a wrestling mode. They keep saying he wants to be a pro wrestler. All the matches, with the exception of like 3 or 4, have been MMA matches. They haven't been pro wrestling matches. Global Fighting Championship. That's a good one. It was always a Dodekagon in firepro. I know it was always... Wait a minute. So wait, this is not an octagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's not. It's 10 sides. It was always a 10-sided in firepro? Oh, snap. It looks different to me. I don't know why. When firepro came out and you can do a mixed martial arts match in a cage, it was always this arena. This arena looks different. Dodecagon. Dodecagon. Thank you for spelling it out for me, because I was struggling with that. Dodecagon. I do wish there was a way that they fixed this where you could, like, just glitch through the cage. You know? Create more of a barrier there that you couldn't pass through with the animation. Freem's got an image. Is that image show it's a 10-sided ring, Freem? Or an 8-sided ring? 12 is Dodecan. 12 is Dodecagon. 10 is Decagon. Okay. Well, you know more than me, because I don't know past 8. How many rounds is this? This is like a legit MMA. Oh, we both went for something. Stay back. Stay back. You missed. Ah, for the armbar. I'm in a 12-sided ring. Oh, I am. Yeah, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I didn't count the sides. You're right. My mistake. I only counted the top and the bottom sides, and I forgot to count the other sides. The left and right. You can see math was never my strong suit. So here, this is a give up, but in the wrestling mode, it's a it's an illegal move. Yeah, he does have a cool tattoo. I agree. I actually do like the look of this character a lot that we're facing. He seems like, you know, an MMA fighter. Indeed, it was 12. Okay. Yeah, see, again, like, I've never really paid attention to that, because this style of match I never did a lot of. The capture. Okay. The capture is his finisher. I think we're going to go into round 4. Can I do another submission before we go there? I'm just going to punch him. Remember when I did that one MMA fight where we did that really weak grapple and I just knocked the guy out? Oh, wait. He was holding his leg. Go for the leg. 5 3-minute rounds. Okay, so let me... Boom, boom, boom! No pin. So is it just submit? Oh, he's dead! What? What just happened? Okay, I hit him with his... Did you see that, chat? I hit him with his special. I stole it. And then he's just lying there. Normal. No KO animation. I pin him. And then I can't pin him because it's an MMA fight and I forgot. And then he rolls over and he's dead. Yo, what is going on? The pin killed him. It just says KO. Oh my goodness. KO by pin. I can't believe it. Kinugawa's out cold. Blade Sable could be the real deal. Blade Sable won a tournament. He won a rookie tournament in his... No, I'm sorry, I'm saying this wrong. He won an MMA tournament in his rookie year. Frogbuster? You don't get to be massive like me by mistake. I dominate both Olympic and pro wrestling. So while I feel bad for my small Japanese brother, I accepted this match. You want to know why? It's simple. The fight money. I step into the ring for money. That's what it means to be a pro. We provide the entertainment, and the audience expects nothing short of brutal destruction. This little Japanese guy, they're gonna carry him out of here like a rag doll on a stretcher. This'll be over before I have a chance to get warmed up. Huh, I'm Frogbuster. That's his name, Frogbuster. Homie got a concussion, so you had to do the roll-up finish. That thing's not a man. It's a monster raised on raw meat. What do you think they juiced that mutant with? Uh-oh, here we go. If he lands one solid hit, I'm finished. It'd be like getting run over by a bus made of pure muscle. Get in there, Sumio. Remember the plan. Break through the red zone. Sha! It's like Link in Ocarina of Time. Sha! You know? Look at this guy, Frogbuster. Lesnar knockoff. Could have been something like Head Smasher or something. Or Ball Buster. Yo, he's huge! Look how big he is! Choke him out! That's his weakness! Go for the neck! It's always the neck. The necks are always the big guys' weakness. Ooh. I'm gonna work on the neck. Oh, he's not even like... You know who he looks like? From Tekken. What's his name? The big armored guy, Jack? Like he's like an android or something? That's who he looks like. I know we got some people who play Tekken, they could probably tell me the name. Jack, yeah, Jack. My timing on that sucks. Had to clip the win by the pin. Oh, thank you so much, Freem. Thank you so much for that. That was hysterical. He had like a robot iteration and stuff. Oh my goodness. Why do I keep doing that? Can I not pick him up? I gotta stop doing that then because like... my timing on that sucks. No, it's Jack. I'm definitely thinking about Jack. Yeah. He's got like the mohawk and everything, right? Didn't he have a mohawk? Like the blonde mohawk? It's huge. I don't like the way he's looking at me. He's looking at me like he wants to eat me. Oh no! Oh my god! Stop it! There it is. So it seems like I gotta get real good at that timing real fast if I want to not end up getting accidentally submitted because he keeps countering me because my timing sucks. Oh. Boom, 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 boom! Take that. Do my D Malenko. Should've just went for the a submission or something instead of taunted. Oh man, that was nuts. That was bonkers. Get up! In the face. He countered it again. That's twice in a row. Alright, let's switch it up. Oh yeah. Ooh, we're gonna get right before the round. Got that good submission in. Yeah, that was good. Right off the bat. Work the leg. Knock down the giant. Kind of like a Guile type, but a robot. Oh yeah, I guess so. I can see that. What do you think? You think I should go for the pin again? You think I'll knock him out? Dude, bro, you can't lose. You're gonna lose to someone called Frogbuster. Here we go. Boom! Capture suplex. I'm gonna go for the pin. He's alive. Here we go. Critical. Oh, the Olympic Slam! I'm trying to get the the critical pin. It's not working. That's probably the shades of his Olympic wrestling background. They gave him the Olympic Slam. Oh. Oh no! Oh! He did the float over suplex. I like that. That's cool. We're gonna try to make him tap. Go for the mounted head punches. Try. Ooh. Oh, he's not even weak. Look at this. Now he is. Choke him out. Oh, saved by the bell. Oh, he came right at me. Choke him out. There you go. Punch him in the back of the head. Oh, we won with the mounted punches. You got your wish, Lariato. Look at him. He's dead. He's dead. Stop. Stop. He's already dead. Stop it, Saber. Saber, you animal. Stop it. Stop it. Back mounted punches. There we go. See, there it says what we won with, you know. Blade Saber manages a blockbuster blackout knockout on Frogbuster. I'm speechless. But can he overcome the final obstacle in his path? Hugh Jacobs. All eyes are on Blade Saber. Don't miss his next fight in the GFC Championship. Where are we at? 85%. Oh my god. Do you think we could finish this in like 15 minutes? Do you think we... Here we go. Fun fact. What's up, Ash VPW? How you doing, Ash VPW? There was one Fire Pro game on the Sega Mega Drive called Thunder Pro Wrestling Retsuden. It was originally meant to have an English release called Jesse the Body Ventura Wrestling Superstars, published by DreamWorks of all studios, but that was canceled for unknown reasons. What? Jesse the Body Ventura Wrestling Superstars. Can we screenshot this? I'm going to screenshot this. Rip, maim, tear. Rip, maim, tear. I think he means a mame. Oh, man. This is so funny. You know, Ash, I did see that there was a FirePro game released on the Genesis. I saw that, and I wanted to, or I guess Mega Drive, right? Because it was over there in Japan. And I did want to check that out, too, because I wanted to see how graphically that looked compared to the SNES version of FirePro. I have seen some screenshots, and I did, watch some stuff, but, I did want to play it and maybe even play it on stream, maybe play it through RetroArch or something like that. Because I don't have a Genesis EverDrive, and I want one. Now listen, Sumio. You only got one option tonight, and that's to win. Lose and your career as a pro wrestler is over. Done. Finito. It's all riding on this fight. My hands are shaking. My blood is gasoline. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me water for I die. Ooh. And my body is primed to explode. So get in there and light a match. But wouldn't you kill yourself if you did that? Whoa, whoa. Uncle, come on. Be more sensitive. Download ripped MAME ROMs. Mame. Links are blocked for non-VIPs. Oh, I'm going to have to enable links for Real Alpha Drum. Real Alpha Drum is cool people. They deserve to be able to share links. The Jesse Ventura English version was actually leaked online, though. Like with footage? What? I have the Crits Mega SD, so that can run Sega CD, the Mega EverDrive Pro. Yeah, I don't have an affinity to Sega CD games, so I don't even know what Sega CD games I would even want to play, because I've never really played anything besides Sonic CD, and I only played that at years later. The ROM was leaked. So the ROM exists? Oh, I'm gonna have to find that. I'm gonna have to find that ROM. Oh, he punched me and I just started bleeding. Oh, it's war. This is the first blood we got in these MMA, octagon match or dodecagon matches. Did I say that right this time? I don't think I did. So this is like if Conor McGregor had a mohawk. I think that's who he's going for. Look at the blood on the mat. See, if they could do blood on the mat, they could do the chests that are bright red from all the chopping. Oh my goodness, spinning back fist. Bam. WWF Rage in the Cage on CD. Is that any similar to the Game Gear WWF Steel Cage Challenge? I think that was the one I had. I didn't even know there was a wrestling game, a WWF game on Sega CD. That's very interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that too. But yeah, I wanna EverDrive for the Genesis as well. Oh, sweet! Thanks for sending the link, Freem. Appreciate it. I might actually have that ROM due to getting a no intro set. Rage in the Cage is LJN. It's very bare bones though. It has 20 wrestlers from 92 and only 2 modes. So wait, LJN. So it's the follow-up from Super WrestleMania and all those games. Does it play like that? 20 wrestlers though. That's a lot. Cause the LJN games on the Genesis and SNES only had what, 8, 10 wrestlers each. I think the most was 12? So 20 is kind of a lot for, back then. I mean, FirePro even on the SNES had tons of wrestlers. So, you know, in comparison, can't really compare the early Fire Pro rosters to the American games. Because Fire Pro was always head of its class. It's a sequel to Super WrestleMania, so to speak. I'm going to have to look into that then. I want to check that out. I like those games. You know, they're not as good as, like, you know, over the years. Like, they don't, like, hold up as well. But they're definitely, like, really nostalgic for me. It is akin to the SNES Royal Rumble game, SFX, etc. Only has cage mode and single mode. You know, that probably has a lot to do with the fact that the Sega CD life cycle in general was a really rushed life cycle, right? That's why they probably just had to put it out. Because Sega CD came and went. So that's kind of a shame that it's so bare bones. Oh my goodness. This guy feels a little bit tougher to fight. I'm wondering if the difficulty level was raised for this fight. Punching me on the back of my head. Come on, ref. Do your job. Work the ankle. Work the ankle. What the best Mega Drive emulator is... Off the top of my head, I know I use something on... I know I use RetroArch, but off the top of my head, I can't think of what I actually used through RetroArch. But the one I used through RetroArch is pretty good. You could even do a tag team match with them, right? Or Royal Rumble with 20 wrestlers. Yeah, that kind of stinks. Damn, just straight shot. Oh, come on. Oh, I'm dead. He killed me. He beat me. I couldn't face my demons. This is the guy who sucker punched me, right? Yeah, he had my number in this match. 99% match evaluation. We're going to save. And we're going to rematch. It's the second match I've lost. I think they upped the difficulty. Level 6. Okay. I wasn't playing it like it was a level 6. I was a little reckless. So we'll probably play a little bit smarter. There's a second match I've lost in this story mode. Bam! Yeah, man. I cracked, man. He got to me. That sucker punch. I just kept replaying that. There it is! Revenge is a dish best served Saber. Look at the flash critical. Ah, this is how it should have went down in the beginning. It shouldn't have been that long drawn out. It's like, you sucker punched me. You made me want to kill myself. I'm going to murder you. And then he just won't stop punching him. Shaw? We won, for those of you who might have missed it, we won another match pretty much exactly like that. Like, I did the stupid shoot, you know, takedown, and for some reason flash criticaled into that. I don't know. Ewan Jacobs is down. The king relinquishes his crown. We have a new champion, Blade Saber. Wow. See, they gotta rhyme it. They gotta keep it with the rhymes. Stop! Stop! He's already dead. I didn't come here for the belt or the trophy. You can have them. From this day forward, this title is now the Extreme Championship Wrestling title. There's only one belt I want. The WWWWW title. I want to fight with the champ. Notorious. Everyone in the crowd, everyone at home, listen up. You thought I fought well in a cage? Like I've been fighting MMA fights this whole entire career path? You should see me in a wrestling ring, because you better believe that I've been craving to wrestle in wrestling matches. They keep making me do these bar fights and these MMA matches. Why? This was a wrestling career path. Pro wrestling is the truest test of strength. Alright, 89%. You think we could do it? I'm gonna try to power through to finish the story mode because I kind of don't want to continue this story mode next week. Final chapter, New York Beyond. Yeah, it's a Simpsons reference. It's always a Simpsons reference. So we finally made it, huh? Uncle, have you fought in this ring before? Yeah, but that was a long time ago. That's it. That's all you get. All right, here we go. It was a throwaway match against the champion. I landed a surprise suplex to steal the ring because in this world, wrestling is real, but it isn't at the same time. Sounds like great for Sable, alright. This is your big New York debut, got it? You're up against Nature Strange. He's another Japanese wrestler, and a bit of an odd duck. Technically, he's your upperclassman in the WWWWW. I'm gonna blow right past the red zone. It's gonna be the Danger Zone. Yeah, let's get this show on the road. 123 Fake Street. I've been watching the entire series of The Simpsons. I'm up to late season 8. Oh my god, the entire series? Are they really up to 32 seasons? That's crazy. Welcome to the world of WWWWW. Are you prepared to part the veil and enter the waking dream? Shh! Save your breath for the ring. The answers you seek can be found there, fellow explorer. Do you know what it is about a mountain that entices a man to climb it? Do you know what it is about fine dining that entices a man to become a foodie? Do you know what it is about social media that entices a man to upload a photograph that he actually doesn't care about? The answer to these mysteries and more can be found in the ring. Come now, fellow explorer, come wander with me in this twisting and turning maze. The streets of New York won't extend the same offer. Yahoo! Why does he end on the Yahoo? Just killing the vibe on that whole promo. This high concept stuff is beyond me, to be honest. Great next line. Not me. I can pick up what he's throwing down. We all know what Blade Saber means by that. He's always been attracted to the eccentric types. Sign me up for the Nature Strange fan club. WWW has to be a rib. No one can sound serious saying that. You mean you're not into the wide world wrestling? No, you're not into the worldwide world of world wrestling? What the crap is he talking about? That man is definitely a cannibal. You know what I do have to say about that segment? It was the first time where they dynamically shifted someone. Like, every time he flashed from side to side, like, I got it. I got his character, man. Like, I feel like this is the first time we're actually seeing, like, a realized wrestling character. All these other characters have just all been kind of the same. They've all just been like, oh, I scream and I fight and I want to beat you up, and all of us are blonde, you know? Nature Strange. I get Nature Strange. He's different. He's different. The flashing felt very like anime, you know? He's an anime character. Am I over here? Am I over here? He feels like a character you would fight in like Punch-Out. He feels like a Punch-Out character. W is often used for laughing in Japan, so it must be very funny. Interesting. I didn't know that. Bam! We're just a counterfest over here. Rake the eyes, cause I'm a babyface? Question mark? Oh man, remember Freakazoid, the show? Here we go. Take that. I think it definitely is supposed to be kind of making fun of like WWE, you know. I mean WWF in the beginning, WWF was WWWF. It was 3 W's. It was Worldwide Wrestling Federation, and then they just shortened it to World Wrestling Federation. But you know, we were talking about it before. What does Worldwide Wrestling? Someone said World Wide Web Wrestling. Who, what, when, where wrestling. Who, what, when, where wrestling. Yeah. Why would we watch wrestling? That was another good one. Capital Wrestling Corporation, WWWF, WWF, WWE. Is that what they were called first? Capital Wrestling Corporation? They were the CWC? Like the Cruiserweight Classic? I didn't know that. Worldwide Winter Wrestling. You need one more W. Yeah, you do. You need one more W, Lariato. In the 50s, NWA. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know they were called Capital Wrestling Corporation. CWC. Cruiserweight Classic. It all comes back around. That's why they have the Capital Wrestling Center. Yo, I'm just now learning this. That's crazy. I never thought of that. I knew they were WWWF. I knew that from when I was a kid. Oh, the low blow. Nature Strange. He's a heel. Showing his true colors. All that mysticism stuff. Bam! I got the mist! Oh, and then I do the Muda talk too? Ooh, oh, I'm Great Muda all of a sudden. Throwing the leg screws, the dragon screws. Can I do the Muda Flash Elbow? Let's see. Does he have it? He doesn't do anything into the turnbuckle? Yeah, he does. Look, I'm the Great Muda all of a sudden. Wait a minute. When did I turn into the Great Muda all of a sudden? Yeah, he's got his old move back, the Smith Special. Wait till you all see the Smith Special. If you haven't seen it before. Because we started out this story mode like this. We started out this story mode super high, you know, established as a wrestler, and then it's like, oh no, secretly you're a rookie and you're gonna forget all your moves. Made no sense. Worldwide Winners Wish Wrestling. Whenever you win a match, you get your wish to come true. Oh, that was dope. He did a Hurricanrana into some sort of like triangle-like hold. Give up. Give up. Bam! Oh, he comes up with the eye rake. Here we go, Shining Wizard, because I'm all of a sudden Great Muda. Oh, again. Again with the eye rake. You son of a bee. Bam! Dragon Screw. Also, nobody really knows who founded CWC. Different sources say Jess McMahon or Vince McMahon. Huh. Interesting. There's no, like, documentation. Here we go. What are we gonna do? Bam! To the outside. Oh, love it. And then they both get up. They both no-sell it. Perfect. Awesome. No one sold that move. Boom! That's it. It's over. It's from behind, right? The Smith Special? Yeah. Oh, man. Wait till you see this move. I'm gonna steal his move. Actually, no. Look what his finisher is supposed to be. If you don't know what the Smith Special is in this game, it's intense. Hold on, hold on. We're getting there. I'm gonna steal his special. Oh, the Emerald Fusion. Here we go. Boom! You're dead. You're dead. Oh, that was perfect. I was really hoping he wouldn't kick out. Because I stole his special, then I did my finisher. It was either Vince's dad or grandfather. Don't know, but Vince's lineage is that of boxing promoters. Interesting. I didn't know that. I knew like his dad was a promoter and stuff like that, but I didn't know like they were like boxing promoters back then. Welcome to New York. The city beckons while hiding its true face. These streets were made for getting lost. Now, let's embark on our journey. The search for the Lord of New York. So is he actually teleporting? Because now he's standing next to him. He waits and watches. Waits for a red-hot bout to bring the city to a boil. Come, peek into the secret keyhole. I skipped it before I finished it. Because I got ahead of myself. Nature's strange. If I defeat Notorious, I'm afraid that I'll really become lost. That sounds like an adventure waiting to happen. Yahoo. Yahoo. What a move, right? Alright. We're at 93%. So I either have like 1 or 2 more matches left. Here we go. Time to get sad. Sumio. This is what your father wore during his last match. I made some alterations. The tights have seen better days. I did what I could to patch the rips and hide the holes. Mom? Is that you, Mom? Meow. Did she pretend to be a cat? Just a cat. Good night, Sumio. Your father would be proud to see you. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Mom. Why does she not want to like give it to him face to face? That wasn't established in the story. Are they estranged? Does she not want to be associated with the business because of the fact that her husband killed himself and now the son's pursuing it and she doesn't want the same fate as the son? I totally get that, but that wasn't established in the story. Now it's all of a sudden established that the mom doesn't want to be there for him. This plot has holes. Father, is that you? Uh-oh. We're gonna get another Mufasa moment. Yep, here it is. During his sleep. I can feel you there. Please say something. You can't actually talk. I guess that makes sense. I need to know, what did you see? What made you choose death? I've lived life chasing your shadow. That's why I fight. Why I've made it this far. Father! I'm happy that I could finally meet you. Whoa! It's the ghosts of Wrestling Pass. That's it? Blade Saber. What was that about? What was that screen about? I gotta play the first one. Do we think the first story mode is more coherent than this one? Because I'm having doubts. Makes me want to play the first one even more. This match means more than the belt. It represents the end of the vanishing. Yet another plot thread we didn't really finish. Our careers have collided at this vanishing point. After this match, one of us might actually vanish. You've kept me waiting long enough. It's time to put on the best match the world has ever seen. Notorious! This is the promised land. You say you want to make this the best match ever? I'm performing at the highest level. Try to keep up. That's what I like to hear. I'm about to give you a baptism by fire. New York style, even though I'm from Texas. I remember where he's from. Is this a different arena? You bastard! Shah! Vince's grandfather promoted boxing, wrestling, and a black baseball team. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, this is the same arena from before. The picture was different. The picture was different from when they would show us the other arena we were at. Which I thought we were in New York, and apparently we weren't. Pretty sure, though, that first tournament was in New York. I remember the text saying that. See, I wish they came out with belts. That's the one thing I really wish they expanded upon, belts. The ability to make belts. Has there been mods to make belts? I know there's like no official DLC to make belts, right? Or is that like hidden in like Parts Craft or something? Can you come out with Entrance Craft? Can you come out with belts? What? I'm playing the credits? My wrestling match is the credits? What's going on? Do I have to finish before the credits? What is this? What's going on? Why are we running the credits during this match? This is the last match. I get it. But okay. All right. This is weird. This is a little weird. Not gonna lie. Way to like, you know, ruin the moment. You know, I'm supposed to have this epic showdown in the last match, and they're like, game's over. Game's over. But I'm still doing the match. Game's over. Game's over. So win or lose? It's not a long credits. I think the credits are already done. Should I have won the match? Bam. Whoa. What? What? No, come on. I never told you this, but Alice married the owner of the burger joint. They got 3 kids. Nah, you're pulling my leg. No way that's a true story. It's 100% true, I swear. Man, why'd she agree to go on our date then? Whoa, 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 Sammy, back up. What are you talking about? You took Alice out? That lying little... She said she was only seeing me. Now, don't try to mess with me just because you're jealous. Wait, you're serious? You could have said something back in the day, you know. Same goes to you. That Alice. Guess we both got a thing for the thick ones. Huh? Wow, that's a line. Well, life turned out good for her. She seems happy. But what about our happiness? Me? I'm happy enough. I got to fight a next level match with my best bro, and now we're eating hamburgers together. Yeah, when you put it that way. Thanks for the encouragement, champ. Good thing I held back and let you in. Hey, man. Not cool. I'm just breaking your balls. You were great out there. Your roundhouse kick hit even harder than my uncle's, so he lost. Cheers to that, Aibo. Cheers to you, buddy. Wow. What in the fight forever is this? Not sure who would put their name on this. Champion Road Beyond. Oh, here we go. Unlocks. Sorry, I was reading the chat. I wanted to see everyone's reactions because I'm stunned. Wrestler. Blade Saber. Yes. Wrestler. Notorious. We've unlocked wrestlers. Ring. CRB1. CRB2. CRB3. Logo. The Vanishing. Parts. Theme music. Match background music. Video message. Chapter select. Okay, if you wanted to, like, replay this crazy thing, let's watch the video message. It shouldn't be too long. Suda, you madman, what were you thinking? I wonder if you explain it. He's like, alright, I know that was weird, but hear me out. He is a wrestling fan, I know that much at least, you know. But he does make weird games. This was a weird story mode.
元ファイプロのディレクターをやっておりました。現在グラスホッパーマン100ちゃんの代表の須田です。ゲームのディレクターをやって早26年7年ぐらい経とうと思ってます。
Damn, 27 years. That makes
ま
sense.
ず僕のこの業界に入ったデビュー作がファイプロだったんですね。 なのでファイプロに拾ってもらったっていう、表現が多分一番正しいですし、プロレス自体が僕を、この業界に入れてくれたっていうきっかけといいますか、本当に拾ってもらったっていう言葉が本当にいつも感じるんですけども。
If it wasn't for Suda, we wouldn't have Fire Pro Wrestling World. So I appreciate that. But man, this story mode was bonkers. It was not good. I did not enjoy it. I'm glad I unlocked everything. But, woo, rough. And the unlocks aren't essential. I mean, it's just more background music and stuff like that. It'd be interesting what the extra parts are. Yeah, he started out in Fire Pro. The SNES Fire Pro games he worked on. What do you remember about working on Fire Pro? Ooh, this should be interesting. Okay, Super Fire Pro Wrestling 3 he directed, and Super Fire Pro Wrestling Special. He was the director on them. 2 years?
愛情に近いかもしれません。はい。それが全て詰めたのがファイプロなので、本当鮮明に当時のことを本当に鮮明に覚えていますね。何か学校のような気はします。ヒューマンという会社がとにかく若い会社だったもんですから、ほとんどの開発スタッフが20代で、20代のゲーム好きの人間がたくさん集まって。ファイプロに関して言うとファイプロ好きがみんな集まって作ってるチームだったもんですから、本当に
I think you can skip the dialogue. I just did it because I was reading it. I was performing for you all. I hope you enjoyed it. I tried my best.
ルーティンになってたんですけども、月曜から金曜までもちろん働くんですけども。
I just realized why he calls himself Suda51. In Japanese, 5 is Go, and 1 is Ichi. And his name is Goichi. Oh.
ずっと徹夜で働いて月曜の昼ぐらいに帰るっていう。なので金曜日から金曜の夜から
That's very clever.
月の朝までもうずっともう現場に入り込んでみんなと一緒にゲームを作ってっていうファイプロを作ってっていう流れがあって。
I do like this video. Do you need to unlock it? I feel like they should have just included it because a lot of people aren't playing this, you know? I feel like if you buy the DLC, it should just be unlocked. Because then if people knew about Suda's connection or didn't know about Suda's connection, they can learn about it right away. They don't have to suffer through that awful story mode.
というものを継承していってくれて、今まさに松本監督がスパチューンさんで新しいファイプロを引き継いでもらってるっていう、この流れ自体なもの、ファイプロを作るということ自体もこう闘魂列伝じゃないんですけども、闘魂が継承されていくのと同じような形でファイプロ魂みたいなものがこう継承されていくのと、そこにちゃんと過去のファンの皆さんもファイプロを覚えていてくれて、若い多分 プロレスファンの皆さんも多分ファイプロに入ってくる人もたくさんいると思うんですけども、ファイプロというなんか歴史みたいなものをどこかそのプロレス団体と同じ。
I like what he's saying here about all this because I agree with it.
を見るかのように昔のファイプロを見てくれたりとかっていうなんかそういう存在になってるんじゃないかなという気がします。はい。はい。当時は。Here
we go. Fire Pro Special. So this is what I want to play. Because this has to do with what we experienced with this mode. The shock ending of the wrestler killing himself. Which is your dad in this mode. Oh, okay. Is he referring to Aki? Because that's always been the story that a bunch of people from Human went to go form what would be Aki.
君の思うように作っていいから
Do whatever you want with Fire Pro
まあそういう
Special.
こう
So the Fire Pro Special is the one with the story mode. I'm gonna write that
出ら
down
れる時に一つ
because I know there's a lot of
メッセージ
different.
が欲しいなさって本当何やってもいいんだっていう、まあ、そういうお墨付きをもらったというのもあったので、とにかく自分の中
It's interesting he refers to Fire Pro as a promotion, which is
全
accurate.
て吐き出そうと思ってこれまでファイプロのシリーズになかったストーリーモードをもう実装しようというふうに決めて、まあ、そこで初めて挑んだのがこのストーリーモードチャンピオンだったんですけども、まあ、僕自身シナリオを書いたこと当時全くなくて初めての執筆だったんですよね。なので書き方もわからないし手探り状態で、まあなんですけどもナムコさんのスポーツゲームのストーリーモードをちょっとお手本にしなが
Namco
ら
sports games.
自分が思うような、まあ、プロレスの物語
He wrote the wrestling story he wanted to read.
まあ情念と言いますか
Okay.
まあ好きなプロレスラーの選手あんまり好きじゃない
He wanted more suicide in his pro wrestling, apparently. Suda's a weird dude, man. Like, if you play a lot of his other games, he's out there. He's bizarre. He's got a very imaginative mind, I guess you could say. But, you know, it's hit or miss, man. It's hit or miss. It's not everyone's taste. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of his work. But I, you know, I respect that he takes chances, that he's out there, you know?
彼がプロレスの道サクセスストーリーをどんどん進んでいきながら、まあ、当時ちょうどバリトゥードがあった出始めた時代だったのでもうバリトゥードも無視しちゃいけないっていうので、まあ、ノールーの試合にも臨んでいったりとかっていうちょうどプロレスが一番面白い時期といいますか
What would become Aki, also known as the man breeze, which sounds like a fart.
かけたっていうのもあってまあいろんな思いを詰め込んだのがありますかね
The man breeze sounds like a fart. Why did they think that was a good name?
本当頂点を極めた
It's almost like The Vanishing
っていうところで、まあ、最後ハッピーエンドとバッドエンド
or Frogbuster.
ディックスレンダー
Dick Slender. That was the name of the guy that you beat?
バッドエンドという一応2つの、分岐を用意したんですがカート・コバーンのやっぱりその自殺がその
Kurt Cobain's suicide happened while I was writing. It
カ
influenced
ート・コ
me.
バーンがこう移ってきたよう
Wow.
な感覚がちょっとあって
Okay.
やはり神の領域じゃない
So when I thought, what does a man do when he reaches the top? Oh wow, that's kind of deep. I decided to scrap the happy ending. So originally it was 2 endings, and then he just wanted to go full dark.
ちょっとこう分岐を直したいと1個にしたいっていうことで、マスタ
Interesting.
ーで全部変えてですね、はい、そこで1本のストーリーにしてエンディングが出来上がったというところで、はい、簡単に言うとそうですね
Suda's like the Quentin Tarantino of gaming. That's a good analogy. I could see that.
優勝するんですね。ディック・スレンダーという、まあ、凶悪なチャンピオンですね。
So you didn't like this story mode, but you want to try the SNES special story. Yeah. He kills your best friend before your match. Spoilers! He botched... I kind of knew all this, because I read about this before. He botched a brainbuster, so you declare revenge and beat Dick Slender. And then you go home and commit suicide. That's the ending. Wow, that's it. That's it. That's the ending. No big deal. Hashtag, no big deal. He got a lot of attention, mostly negative. Luckily, there was no internet back then to really set it off. But we had the Nifty forums, and people tore into me. What's the Nifty? I've never heard the Nifty forums. Back in the day, you sent postcards. The game came with a postcard, and you sent comments to the publisher? Oh, wow. Kurt Cobain had an influence on FirePro. You heard it here first. Here's the thing. Suicide's no joke, right? Suicide's no joke. Obviously, a lot of people suffer with suicide. But suicide is also a huge problem in Japan as well. And I wonder if that also factored into the equation as a young Suda, right? And I wonder if it triggered a lot of people because it's so relevant. And something that kind of gets swept under the rug, not just in Japan, but all over the place. Some people don't like that mirror being held up to, you know, themselves or society.
遊ぶのは難しい。
And that's really see, and this is why I kind of want to play that story mode with Alpha Drum, because I want to see how we get there. Because I've always heard that about this story mode from Fire Pro. Because when I got into Fire Pro, after a while, people were like, "Hey, did you know there's a Fire Pro game where someone kills themselves?" I was like, "What?" And you know, I looked it up and I researched it, but I never played it because at the time there was never like a Japanese translation of it. But you know, they showed clips and stuff, and people like summed it up of what happened. So I always got this like roundabout story about it, and I never played it for myself. So you know how it ends, you know what, but I want to see how we get there. I want to see if there actually is anything he has profoundly to say about suicide and being successful, or if it just is kind of shock value. You know, I want to see for myself because I've never actually seen the whole story. Because I mean, in this story mode, there's nothing of worth in this story, honestly. There's nothing really that like I felt like really was worth writing home about. But you know, he was younger, maybe a little more eager to make a statement, or you know, maybe not, who knows, we'll see. But I'm glad I stuck to my decision. It became my statement as a creator. Interesting. I want to show that fate isn't a simple fork in the road for the player to choose. Living and dying are themes I grapple with in my games. That is, yeah, that is true. I see that being big, you know, recurring themes in a lot of his games. That ending reflects my philosophy. It was a statement. I was ready to accept the consequences. How was writing the sequel to Fire Pro Special? Alright, this is going to be very interesting now that I've played at least the sequel. Can I, after all these years? I don't know, can you? Back in the day, my brain only had room for pro wrestling. Could the current me love pro wrestling as much as the old me? Beat Dick Slender. That's my name, Automod. Dick Slender is my name. This is a long video, but I like it. I like that he's going so in depth about this stuff. This is cool. It shouldn't be an unlock. You shouldn't have to play through the DLC to unlock this video. I think this video is important for fans of the Fire Pro series to see without having to play through a story mode. Like, imagine if you bought a DVD and it had all the director's cut stuff, but you had to watch the movie first before you can get the director's cut, or like the interviews. His mother is a sister of another wrestler. So she married a pro wrestler, and her brother's a pro wrestler. It's like the Hart family. The pro wrestling industry was more volatile at the time of Fire Pro Special. Uh-oh, here we go. Now it's stable. New Japan brought it to the masses. He's like, but back then we had FMW. It was great. And fans crossed generations. At the time, it was mostly all men. That's true. It was a real boys club, but now women fans are the majority. He's speaking for Japan, which is true. Women fans are the majority over in Japan. Isn't that crazy? I wish it was more diverse here too. Parents take their kids to shows and their promotions. Where does Blade Saiba fit? Oh, it's Saiba. I've been saying it wrong. It's Saiba.
中和と同じ道をたどっていくのか、でも彼がやった時代とは全く違うわけであって、なのでそこをどういうふうに自分の今目線で
Okay, none of this came through the story. I apologize, Suda. How would he interact with the other classic? We barely got any of that. We barely got any of this cross-generational stuff. A lot of the characters who were involved in his father had like one-liners and jokes. It was never really a story about like, oh, I feel lost out of time because I want to honor my father's legacy, but pro wrestling is in a different state right now. We didn't get any of that. I feel like he had a lot of ideas of what the story wanted to be, but I don't think he executed it where he really wanted it to go. Which does that say as him as a writer? Or was he short on time, you know? Or did no one proofread his stuff and challenge him and say, like, some of this stuff doesn't make sense? IT firms have gotten involved. This is why he was taking digs at the IT firms. He has feelings, so he took some digs on it. What's in store for firepro?
ファンの皆さんの要望があったりとか、ファイプロがこの先また復活することがあれば、もちろん多分スパチュンさんでこれからもファイプロ魂ってものは継承されていくと思うんですけども、その時にまたブレードサイバーと会えるような物語にしたいなっていうのと、
Yo, give me firepro.
親友であるノトリアスというキャラクター
I'll take it. Spike, shut us off if you're listening. Give me firepro. I'll take it.
この二人の
I'll
物語
make
っていう
something.
ものがこう分岐していくような
I'll do a story mode.
それぞれの人生みたいなものがあって、それがまたもうこうつながってみたいな、それをこの先描ければ。
Yo, that was like 3 scenes. There wasn't a huge story about how they separated. It was literally like,
実感です。プロレス界がどんどん大きくなって、
like no disrespect to Suda, but like
だからこそ
I think he had a whole other.
自分が生み出した
I think he thinks he wrote a whole different story than what actually came
ど
out.
こに行くんだろうっていうところ。
That's what I'm getting from this.
それこそ WWE で成功すると今度
Maybe I could do a Hollywood spin-off story. That'd be.
描けるんですよね。もう完全なスピンオフなんですけども。
It seemed about. I was definitely taking my sweet time.
スパチュンさんが出るかもしれません。
It seemed like it's like 2 to 3 hours, maybe less. Like if you're really reading everything.
そんな夢も膨らむんじゃないかなっていう。はい。まさにドゥエン・ジョンソンじゃないんですけど、ロック様がドゥエン・ジョンソンとして活躍してる。
I mean, I did it in 2 sessions.
ブレードサイバーとか。
But I definitely took a lot longer because I paused a lot. But you could probably push through this in like 2 to 3 hours.
はい、ファイプロスペシャルからおそらく約25年ぶりなんですけれども、ファイプロの世界に、そしてプロレスの世界に戻ってくることができました。今回久々にその辺りを書いてみて、まずは自分の中で書けるものっていうものを一晩のパッションで描き込んでいって、そこから肉付けしていった物語です。スミス森尾という悲運のプロレスラーの物語を僕自身が作って描いて、で彼の人生っていう
Maybe there's a lost in translation kind of thing happening with the story culturally. I don't think so, Real Alpha Drum, because a lot of the story beats go into the matches. And just a lot of the my issue with the story is a lot of the scenarios you're put in. You know, he's talking about this whole big grandiose idea of Blade Saber reconnecting with his dead dad through wrestling, and you spend like a good chunk of the game traveling around the world, quote unquote, going to bars, going to restaurants, and picking fights with people. That has nothing to do with this sort of overall theme of him like reconnecting with his dad. We don't get to that stuff until late in the story, and even then it's like done in like 1 or 2 panels, and it doesn't really even lead into any of the matches or anything like that, you know, like him talking about wanting to have this story between him and Notorious. You wrestle with Notorious once, then you're shown a sort of montage of them winning tag belts. And then the next scene is like 7 years later, and you know all this time has passed. But right away we jump into this. Now they're gonna have a one-on-one match. We miss all of that, all of this story of like them, you know, we see more of them eating burgers. I don't know, we have 2 matches with them, I should say. Or is it one? No, we have 1 match. We just have like 2 scenes with them eating burgers for some reason. So I think he, you know, Suda's done a lot. I'm not gonna take anything away from him. He's made a name for himself. He's got a whole large sort of career. My controller turned off because of the video was going on. He had this whole long career. He's very successful, so he's doing something right. He's definitely got an audience. I just think that for this story mode, he did not achieve, I think, what he was going for. That's my personal opinion. There was a lot of holes, a lot of jumping around in places, a lot of characters, arcs that were just cut off, characters coming in and out, never seeing them again. And just also, like, he's talking about, like, this age of pro wrestling. You don't do a whole lot of pro wrestling in the story mode. A lot of it is MMA. So there was a disconnect there between the type of matches you were playing and the story that was being told. Look at all these themes. Look, CRB main theme, ending, everyday theme, tense BMG, victory background music. So you get a bunch of the background music. This is the other background music that I imported. So that's really cool. I like that. I like that you unlock stuff. I like, you know me, I love unlocking stuff. What else did we unlock? Apparently there was like some moves that got unlocked, right? And you unlock the 2 guys, it seems like. Let's see, are they here? It said we unlocked them. Free agents, Blade Saber and Notorious. They got costumes. That's funny. So at least you get the 2 guys. I mean, that's neat. It's not like I'm ever gonna play with them. But yeah. Oh, sold out? Let's do sold out. I could do that. I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm just gonna let it play while I wrap up. Yeah, that was very disappointing though. The whole story mode was very disappointing. Not a fan. Not crazy about it. Have a lot of issues. I appreciate that arenas got unlocked. Ooh, wait, you know what? I want to look at the arena. I keep backing in and out. Venue. So we got some new arenas, right? Ring. CRB ring. So we got like a different ring. Did we not get the arenas? Big Garden Arena was already in the game. SCS Stadium? Was that already in the game? I know Arena the Universal was already in the game. What's SCS Stadium? So, oh my god, we didn't even get the arenas? No, we didn't even get the arenas. We already had SCS Stadium. Oh, that's a rip. That's a rip. We didn't even get the arenas. Alright. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend someone getting this. I'm glad I got it. You know, I got it through the power of donation for this channel, and that was great. And I appreciate that I was able to get it, especially through a donation. But I don't think I would recommend anyone getting this, the Champion Road DLC. It's not worth it. I don't think you gain much from it. A little disappointing. But I do want to still play the other story mode. The SNES one, the old Suda one. And I'm still going to always keep playing Fire Pro World. I mean, Fire Pro World is still great. Here we go. Got the sold out music in the background. This is the next step. This is the next step of what I'm going to do with this game. I'm going to be really going in on downloading things and adding things to the Fire Pro World roster and downloading movesets. So I'll be sure to show that on stream as I progress. The ultimate Fire Pro game. Be Better Gamers version of Fire Pro, you know, and I think that's what's the beauty of Fire Pro series in general, is that you can always kind of shape these games to your tastes, what you love, and even more so with Fire Pro World. So thank you all for joining me on this journey through the Champion Road DLC story mode. You know my feelings about it. I'm sure I can talk more about it. Maybe I'll make a video on it, because like, whew, it was rough. But I hope it was entertaining. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for sticking it out with me. We had fun, at least. I had fun. As much as I didn't enjoy it, I still had fun going through it and being here with you all and talking. So thanks for joining me again. Next week I'll be back. Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'm going to go now. I'm going to eat something. I'm going to watch that Animal Crossing Direct again, this time with my full attention. Hopefully, I'll have the Fire Pro special for next week. I think that's going to be my plan. I think my plan for next week is the Fire Pro special. So hopefully I can get that up and running so we can have that on stream next week and play some retro Fire Pro. And in the meantime, I'll keep working on adding stuff to this Fire Pro game and revisit it every now and then. I do still have to do the junior heavyweight story mode. I do have to do the heavyweight story mode, so maybe I'll do those on stream. I also want to work on a few guides for this, and I might need some help from the Twitch audience, from you all. So like, a lot of you know more about these games than I do, so yeah. And I'm kind of in a Fire Pro mood. I know I do a lot of Aki game stuff, and I love the Virtual Pro Wrestling 2, still my favorite game. But I'm kind of in a Fire Pro stuff. But we'll see some more Virtual Pro Wrestling back on this channel. There's still a lot of stuff I want to do on stream for those games, and there's other wrestling games I still want to play. So maybe playing Fire Pro Special is cool because it goes along with the new wrestling games that I want to play on stream. So thank you, everyone. Real Alpha Drum, Ash, Latino Heat, Freem, everyone else who joined me today. We had a few people come in. Just kind of blanking on who visited, but thank you all. Glint, I know Glint came in. Thanks everyone who did show up and hang out. Thoughts on the new Smash character? You can't ask me a question like that when I'm about to leave Lariato. I'm all for Sora and Smash. I got goosebumps. I'll talk more in depth maybe off stream. Maybe you can text me or the next stream. But I'm all for Sora and Smash. Hopefully I'll get to play them by next week. My friend will come over and bring the DLC. So until then, I'm BBG. I'm Be Better Gamer. You know what to do. Keep watching all the wrestling. Have a great weekend, everyone.